Hello, welcome in everyone. How is everyone doing tonight? I am about to be starting reading, so if y'all would like to stick around to hear the book, I appreciate it. You're angry? Hi! What are we angry for, Chaos? What's going on? Everybody, welcome in. How are y'all? I'm waiting on Jess and the Hootie Hoo. Got ghosted. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Chaos. Brandon Millwood, thank you for the follow. Bree, thank you for the tappy taps. I am pretty good, Brandon. I am waiting on a couple of my friends to get on in here, and I'm gonna start reading. Whoa, whoa. Everybody, thank you for joining in. If you would, tap the screen, share this out to 5 or 10 of your friends that wants to hear a good book about owls. Okay, Bree. Cotton, how are you? The light within. I'm going to take my anger out on tapping. Hey, that is perfectly fine. Tap away. I'm sorry, but no, I'm not. I appreciate you coming in with your 4 followers and Awesome Joe Gaming. Hello, how are you? Danny Liam, thank you for the follow. Shane Oglesby, whoop whoop. What's going on? I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Everybody loves the hat. Everybody loves the hat. That's my hair. Everybody loves the hat. Archie Abel, thank you for the follow. Shane Oglesby, thank you for the follow. Chaos, thank you for all the likes and the tappy taps. You're awesome. Archie Abel, hi, how are you? Star, bunch of eyeballs. I see that. I haven't started reading yet. I'm waiting for Bree and Owl to get back. Livewire, thank you. I love the beard too. So does my wife. It's not going anywhere. Leo, how are you doing? Big X at 77. Making brownies. Oh, what kind of brownies? I want one. Send me one. Give me a brownie. I want a brownie. Owl is here, and so is the Jess. Bree is supposed to be coming back. She's changing phones. I need one of the brownies. Send me brownies. Chaos is in a bad mood, so she's taking it out on tapping. She's already got me to 1.6. Good job, Chaos. Come on, go to sleep, bro. I'm sorry, I'm about to start reading. I appreciate your concern, but it's not needed. I'm going to feed them to everyone in the house. Oh, God, no. Sleep is for the very weak, but it's okay. Not going to be sleeping. Shane Oglesby, LOL. No, won't be going to sleep for a little while tonight. I'm gonna mess everyone up. Sleep is for the sane. Sleep is for normal people. People. Normal people. Peepers. Normal peepers. Bree is back, so we have the Bree, the Owl, and the Jess. Star is here as well. What is this sane you speak of? I've never heard of sane. Yo, I'm making pancakes that can make you get nice. All right. I have, I believe, four. I got Star, Bree, Owl, and Jess wasn't here. Yeah, Jess is still here. I got four moderators in here. Guys, please be respectful. If you want to stick around to hear the book, I appreciate it. Tappy taps are free. Gifts are appreciated. And with that being said, I'm going to take a drink and then I'm going to start reading. Everybody with the tappy taps. Appreciate it, David Tuttle. Oh, and any of my moderators, if you know my giveaways for the hats or anything else, feel free to comment down below when somebody asks about it or any of that. All right. Chapter 10. Right side up in an upside down world. The next night, Gylfi and Soren met underneath the arch of the Glossidium. They were to begin the great scheme, but Soren suddenly had doubts. I'm really worried. It might not work, Gylfi. Soren, who knows if it'll work or not? But what have we got to lose if we don't try it? Our minds to start with, Soren replied. Gylfi gave a soft churr sound of a chuckle that is nearly universal for all owls. There was a swoosh in the air, and suddenly the little elf owl was flat on her back. There is no laughing. Laughter may only be practiced under the direction of Lieutenant Sporn. Do not do it again. Next time you shall be reported immediately, and I shall anticipate eagerly your first lesson in correct laughter. The monitor then moved away. Soren and Gylfi looked at each other, wordlessly. This had to be the strangest place imaginable. They taught one how to sleep. Lessons in laughter. Laughter therapy. Soren wondered what possibly could be the purpose of a place like St. Aggie's. What were they really learning to do here, and why? What were the flecks? More precious than gold? What were Skinch and Sporn trying to turn them into? Not owls, for sure. But there was no time to dwell on that. Soren had another matter that had been bothering him more and more since his own laughter therapy session. Gylfi, you can get out, maybe, but not me. But you can. What are you talking about, Soren? Gylfi, you are just a short time from being fully fledged. I mean, look at you. I think you've budged more beginning primaries today. You'll be able to leave very soon. And so will you, Soren. What are you talking about? I think you have been moon-blinked. They just plucked my feathers, Gylfi. They plucked your down. Look, your primary shaft points are still there. And I see some secondary ones too. Soren lifted one wing to examine it. There were still bulging points. Gylfi was right on this. But Soren wondered. Without down, it was as if Gylfi had read his thoughts. You don't need down to fly, Soren. Down just keeps you warm during flight. You can fly without it. It'll just be cold. And who knows? By the time your flight feathers really come in, you'll probably already have had more down. Soren blinked again. For the first time there was hope in the dark eyes set like polished stones in his white heart-shaped face. And something quickened in Gylfi's own heart. She had to convince Soren that he could do this. She had to make him really believe in the great scheme. Gylfi had watched as her older brothers and sisters had reached out to that point, when they seemed to mysteriously gather the strength and muster the strength to lift into flight after days of endless hopping. She remembered asking her father how they did it. Now her father's words came back to her. Gylfi, you can practice forever and still never fly if you don't really believe you can. That is what gives you that feeling in your gizzard. It's funny, isn't it? How all your strongest feelings come through our gizzards, even a feeling about our wings. It all comes through our gizzard. Listen to me, Soren, Gylfi said. I found out a lot in the Pelatorium after you fainted and they had to carry you out. Soren blinked and shivered his shoulders in a way that young owls do when they were embarrassed or ashamed. Yes, Gylfi, while I was stupidly asking questions, you were listening. Quit beating up on yourself, Gylfi said sharply. They've already done that. Gylfi's directness shocked Soren. He stopped blinking and looked straight at the elf owl. Look, what did I just tell you? Everything here at St. Aggie's is upside down and inside out. It's our job not to get moon blinked and stand right side up in an upside down world. If we don't do that, we'll never be able to escape. We'll never be able to think. And thinking is the only way we'll be able to plan an escape. So listen to me. Now first, I have figured out that tonight is the third night of full shine. In fact, the moon has already started to dwindle. Remember, I told you about this. You'll see that in a few days it shall almost disappear, and we won't have to worry about being moon-blinked anymore. Every night in the Glossidium it will become darker and darker, and easier for us to find the shadows. But in the meantime, we must act as if we are moon-blinked. Soren resisted asking a question even though he knew there was no danger with Gylfi. But still, he simply did not want to break into Gylfi's thoughts. It was clear to Soren that this elf owl might be very small in every way but her ideas, and he could tell Gylfi was thinking very hard now. After one more mewing, you shall be very close to having full-fledged all of your flight feathers, and certainly by the time of shine, you shall be ready to fly. But what about you, Gylfi? You'll be ready in a few days. I shall wait for you. Wait for me. It was not a question. Soren was simply shocked, too shocked to even speak. So finally it was Gylfi who asked the question. What's wrong, Soren? Gylfi, I cannot believe what you just said. Why would you wait for me when you can get out of here? That's just the point, Soren. I would never leave you behind. You are my friend, first of all. If I escaped without you, my life would not be worth 2 pellets to me. And second, we need each other. I need you far more than you need me, Soren said in a small voice. Oh, rack drops. Once more, Soren could hardly believe his ears. Rack drops, short for raccoon droppings, was one of the most daring and dirtiest of the worst words an owlet could ever mutter. Cludd had gotten thumped good and hard by his mother when Miss Plithifer had reported that he had said rack drops to her when she insisted he stop teasing Eglantine. Soren, you were the one who realized that they were trying to moonblink us with our own names by having us repeat them. That was brilliant. But you were the one who knew about moonblinking in the first place. I'd never even heard of it. I just knew something that you didn't. That's not thinking. That's just happening to know it. You would have known it if you had been hatched a little earlier or lived in the desert. But now I learned something new. You see, Soren, after they took you away, I made a discovery. The Owlet 47-2. She sent me on an errand. It was outside the Pelotorium. Gylfie looked around, then continued her tale in a low voice. The first shine of the moon was just beginning to slither over the dark horizon. I was supposed to go and tell the pellet gatherers that new trays were needed in our area. So 47-2 pointed me in the direction of what she called the Big Crack. It was, in fact, very near our area and ran straight up a rock side of the Pelotorium. I was to go into the crack, and I would find a line of other owlets also going to the storerooms, and follow them and not go off the trail. So I did just that. Gylfie was telling the story so well that Soren could imagine every turn in the path, through the rock crack, and it was as if he was right there with Gylfie. There were many cracks leading off the main crack. And sometimes voices could be heard. Hang on. Am I still freezing? Bree, am I still freezing for you? Okay. It was interesting that none of the other owlets who followed seemed to even notice these cracks or hear the voices. Perhaps they had walked this trail so often it was meaningless to them. But I looked about and could see that at one point in the crack the sky cut through. Yes, it was quite beautiful. Really, just a little piece of sky, like a blue river flowing above. And then at one point the sky seemed very low. Ever since we've been here, Soren, I have had the feeling that St. Angelou Academy is deep, deep in a stone canyon, that its very steepness and depth make it the perfect prison. But at this one point along the trail, I realized that we were higher and not so deep. Close to the sky. Close to the sky, Soren repeated softly. Once he too had been close to the sky. Once he had lived in a hollow high up in a fir tree lined with the fluffy down from his parents' breast. Once he had lived close to that blueness of the day sky and blackness of the night. He had been so near. No wonder a little owlet could almost believe it could fly before it really could. The sky was a part of owls, and owls were part of the sky. Gilfie continued her story. I thought that on the way back to the Pelatorium, I would try and look a little harder. Around this particular spot, maybe slow down. Then I thought maybe I could just pretend to be marching. You know, just like the great scheme idea. It would be a good test. Would anyone even notice? Maybe not. And better yet, there did not seem to be any monitors around. Gilfie's eyes brightened as she paused, hoping this idea would sink in with Soren and convince him that it could all work. So, on the way back, that is exactly what I did. No one seemed to notice at all. They just moved around me as if I was part of the stone. And then something extraordinary happened. An owlet seemed to stumble near me. This owl, young Snowy, just blinked at me, and I thought, great clocks, I've been discovered just standing here. So I pointed up toward the sky, as if I were admiring the view. Sky, I said pleasantly, and the owl blinked. Not a question blink, but a real moon blink. The same look that is in their eyes when they repeat their names on a sleep march. Gilfie took a deep breath as if what she was about to say was terribly important, and it was. I realized then that many words for these owlets, just like their own names, have no meaning no more. No meaning at all. Can you imagine, Soren, an owl not knowing what the sky is? Soren thought for a moment. It was indeed unimaginable. Or was it? He remembered what Auntie Finny had said about some birds not being destined for flight. Soren had another question. Does this owlet just know the word? Or does she really not know what the sky is? Gilfie blinked. Soren truly was a deep thinker. Miss Plithifer, our nest-made snake. I've told you about her. Well, she is blind, but she knows about the sky. She says that all snakes, whether they're born blind or not, call the sky the great yonder. Because it's so far away for snakes, it is about as far as anything could be for a snake. That's why she loved working for our family. She felt close to the great yonder. No, Soren, I think this owl truly had been completely and perfectly moon-blinked. She does not know the word, nor does she have any idea of the sky. That's so sad, Soren said softly. It is sad, but you know it makes our job of escaping easier. Maybe the monitors have been moon-blinked about words. But I have to tell you one other thing that I discovered when I stopped at this place. What's that, Gilfie? Well, down a side crack I saw a place that was guarded by an owl who looked very familiar. As a matter of fact, I don't know how I didn't recognize him instantly. It was Grimble, the owl who snatched me. I'd thought a lot about him. Do you remember what he said when we were flying here? Something about it hardly seemed worth the effort, and how the owl who snatched you warned him that he might get a demerit of Sporn if Sporn heard him talking that way? Yes, Soren said slowly, but not sure where Gilfie was going with this. Well, I think Grimble has perhaps not been perfectly moon-blinked, and that could be really good for us. Wait. One time you say it will be helpful to us if someone is perfectly moon-blinked, and the next minute you say someone like Grimble, who might not be, can be helpful too. Grimble might be one of us. Don't you see, Soren? He might be pretending to be Moonblink the way we have. As a matter of fact, I'm almost sure he is. Why? Because I went down that side crack and found out that he was what he was guarding. You did? Yes. Do you know how hard it is to find out information when it's against the rules to ask a question? Oh yes, Soren said. A couple of times I almost did ask questions, and Grimble seemed to sense it. Well, what did you find out? Have you ever heard of books? Of course I have, Soren said diligently. Books and barn owls go very far back. These were the exact words his parents often said when they took out their few books to read aloud to the owlets, especially since so many of us once lived in churches. My parents had a book of Psalms. Psalms? What are Psalms? Psalms are like songs, sort of, I think. Soren had not really heard too many of them. But when his mother read them, the Psalms, it seemed that she sang the words more than she spoke them. But what about books? What did you find out from Grimble? The place he guards is a book place. They call it a library. Have you ever heard of a library? Never. How did you find out all this? You certainly didn't ask questions. No, of course not. You see, it is off limits. Only Skinch and Sporn is allowed in. That's how I sensed he might be one of us. He seemed to know the question before I had ever had a way of thinking to ask it. I want to get in. Why? I think we just need to get out of here. I want to know about the Flecks. Flecks? What Flecks? The Flecks we're always singing about. The bright flecks at the core, the ones the first-degree pickers pick for. Are you yokes? You want to stick around this place long enough to become a first-degree picker? Soren, something far worse than just moon-blinking young owls is going on here. I just sense it. Something very bad. Something that could destroy all the kingdoms of all the owls on all the earth. Something deadly. The words seemed to hang in the air, and Gylfie stared ahead unblinking. These owlets are walking dead. I think it would be better to be dead than be like 47-2. But you said all the kingdoms of all the owls on all the earth. Yes, total destruction. Look, Soren, I want to get out as much as you do. I think Grimble might be helpful, but we'll have to be very careful. That library with those books, it holds secrets. Secrets I think that could help us escape and maybe help the other owls. The other owls in your kingdom of Tyto and mine in the desert of Kunir. Would you want any other owls to go through what we've been through? Soren suddenly thought of Eglantine. He loved his sister. The thought of her being snatched, of being moon-blinked, was almost more than he could bear. There was a world of for Eglantine out there, but did he really want them to become empty-eyed, hollow-voiced, destined not to fly owls? A shudder ran through Soren. It was not good enough just to escape. In fact, their task was greater than he had ever imagined. A shriek split the night in the Glossidium. The moon had risen, and the alarm for the first sleep march sounded. Soren and Gylfi felt the stir as thousands of owls began to move. The strange babble rose as each owl repeated its old name over and over again. The two little owls looked at each other and moved their beaks, turning the sound of their numbers into something that might pass for a name, any name but their own. And now tonight they would try the second part of their strategy. For the first time, the one that Gylfi had tested in the big crack, they would march in place, giving the appearance of motion, but never moving from the cast shadows. If it had worked for Gylfi in the big crack, it should also work here. Almost immediately, they felt the press of owls about them. They had their breath. Fearful. They were fearful that their ruse would be discovered. But the throngs of owls simply parted, just as the waters of a stream split to flow around a rock. They were jostled a bit, but they felt a terrible chill as a sleep correction monitor swept by. The monitor didn't look twice at them as they marched in place. So the monitor seemed only concerned about a small snowy owl ahead who had apparently been caught sleeping last time with its head under its wing. Wing alert on number 85-7. Monitors in the 4th Squadron, please be advised. Give me just a minute to get a drink, and I will start with Chapter 12. I didn't announce Chapter 11, I just kept reading. Sorry. Alright. Chapter 12. Moon Scalding. There was an odd rhythm to the days and nights at St. Agnes, where owls were expected to sleep at night and work during the day. The moon dwinked, the world darkened, and then once more it was the time of the newing. It was not at all dreadful at St. Agnes. Both Soren and Gylfi were the recipients of extra special treats, beyond the usual cricket fare, from their pit guardians, Auntie and Unc. Indeed, the time in the pits began to seem like an oasis, verdant and green in the stone world of St. Angelo. Gylfi received extra rations of snake. The occasional nap was permitted. And Soren? He too was even taught by Auntie how to eat a whole bowl, bones and all. One could hardly call it a first bone ceremony, but nonetheless, Auntie slipped Soren a nice plump bowl, just the right length to be swallowed whole, and even though questions were discouraged, Auntie was able to guide Soren through the consuming of his first creature, bones and all. She complimented him lavishingly on his first yarped pellet. And soon, Soren, of course, was struck by the bittersweet memory of his father complimenting Clud after his first bone ceremony. But despite all the extras, the favors, the gentle coddling from Auntie, Soren could not forget Gylfi's icy voice. Total destruction. All the kingdoms, of all the owls, on all the earth. Why? Soren had asked himself often. Where'd it go? There it is. But then realized it didn't really matter why. If indeed this was the purpose of St. Agnes, even more disturbing was a newer idea of Soren's. Perhaps, he thought, these owls were not really owls at all, but rather some kind of demon spirit in a feathered guise. This was why when Auntie came to him now with his favorite, a plump centipede, Soren stared deep into her yellow eyes, as if trying to see a dark, antic shadow of a demon. Are you really an owl, Auntie? Are you really a true snowy owl descended from Glocks, come from the North Kingdoms? Are you a white demon? It was the third night of the second full shine now. The full shine seemed to last forever. Soren and Gylfi emerged from these periods of full shines exhausted, but they had somehow managed to resist moon blinking so far. Their strategy for sleep marches had worked up until this second night of second full shine. Right, left, right, left. They clicked their talons in the precise beat that filled the two Glossidians as they stood in the overhang with the starched arch. Hey, you two! A hoot shredded the air around them, splitting right through the march. It wasn't Jat, nor was it Jut. It was none other than Sporn, Skinch's dreadful second in command. I saw you two here last round, and now this round. Lazy, no-good haggards. Soren and Gylfi, caught in the fierce yellow glare of this screech owl's eyes, began to tremble. Avoiding the moon. That's what I'd say. Well, we have remedies for that. Oh, Glock, Soren thought, if I get plucked again. And Gylfi, she'll never survive it. March, you two. March to the moon blaze. Don't say anything, Gylfi whispered. We're together. That should count for something. For what? Soren wondered. We'll get plucked together. We'll die together. The two young owls were marched into a stone chamber off to the side of the Glossidium. The walls of this chamber were made of pure white stone and slanted outward at peculiar angles. Indeed, the moonlight seemed to pour into the white stone cell and blaze off the wall in a fierce brightness. You shall remain here and be scalded by the moon's light until the moon goes. See how you like that? Sporn blasted them with a screech to punctuate her remarks, and the screech, as powerful as the wind, nearly toppled the little elf owl. And no head ducking. We'll be watching, added Skinch. Gylfi managed to recover her balance and planted her tiny talons firmly on the stone. Well, at least we're not plucked. Gylfi, are you yokes? In these situations, Soren, you have to look on the bright side. No pun intended. Gylfi said as she looked around and saw moonlight bouncing off every surface. Gylfi, I don't think there is a bright side, pun or not. Plucked or moon scalded. You consider that a choice? Well, how do you think we can avoid it? You can stand in my shadow, but it's not exactly as if I can stand in yours. You're a midget. That is not fair, Soren, and you know it. Stature jokes are not appropriate. They are considered very bad form where I come from. Indeed, there is a society, the Small Owl Society, and its charter is to prevent cruel and tasteless remarks concerning size. My grandmother and a pygmy owl founded it. Gylfi brimmed with indignation. She seemed far more upset about Soren's use of the word midget than being stuck in the white stone chamber for her moon scalding. I'm sorry, but I still don't see how we're going to avoid the moonlighting here. We have to think, Soren. But that is just what it is impossible to do when one is moon blinked. Gylfi, I think this is it for us. Soren looked down at Gylfi, and even though he said it, he felt a strange numbness stealing over him. Gylfi's eyes began to blink in an odd manner. In the blaze of the moon's light, the two young owls felt their essence departing. Soren's brain swam with confusion. His gizzards seemed to grow still. He looked at the moon-blasted walls of the stone cell as they appeared slippery as ice. And on this ice of the moon's light, he felt his memory slip. He wanted to grab onto them with his talons and hold them. He was simply too tired. He was about to fall asleep, and when he awoke, he knew he'd be a changed owl. He would be unrecognizable to himself. He would become 12-1, and Gylfi too would no longer be Gylfi, but a number, 25-2, rhymes with Ga'Hoole. There was a click inside Soren's head. The moment he had thought the word Ga'Hoole, something seemed to clear in his brain. His gizzards stirred. Ga'Hoole. Mere mention of the Ga'Hoole legends made Auntie Finny faint, but the mere thought of the word crashed like thunder and seemed to wake Soren up. Gylfi, Gylfi. He nudged the tiny owl with one of his talons. Gylfi, have you ever heard of the legends of Ga'Hoole? Gylfi, whose movements seemed thick and slow, suddenly twitched. Soren could almost see a pulse course through the little owl, jerking her into alertness. Ga'Hoole. Why, yes. My mother and father would often tell us tales. Tales of yore, we called them. We called them legends, the Ga'Hoolean legends. With each mention of the word, the young owls seemed to grow slightly more alert, something within them quickening. I think that we should tell those tales of yore, until the moon goes down at least. And maybe these words, while thin, it may help the full shine and be our shield against the scalding. Gylfi looked at Soren and wondered, however did this barn owl come up with these ideas? And so Soren began. Once upon a time, before there were kingdoms of owls, in a time of ever-raging wars, there was an owl born in the country of the great north waters, and his name was Hoole. Some say there was an enchantment cast upon him at the time of his hatching, that he was given natural gifts of extraordinary power. But what was known of this owl was that he just inspired other owls to great and noble deeds, and that although he wore no crown of gold, the owls knew him as a king. For indeed his good grace and conscience anointed him, and his spirit was his crown. In a wood of straight tall trees he had hatched, in a glimmering time when the seconds slow between the last minute of the old year and the first of the new, and the forest on this night was sheathed in ice. Soren's voice was hushed and lovely as he told the tale of the first legend of Ga'Hoole and the coming of Hoole. The two little owls' hearts grew strong, their brains cleared, their gizzards once again quickened. Chapter 13. Perfection. I think it's working, the screech owl Sporn said to the Obla General Skeech from their stone perches high above the Moonblaze cell. Skinch and Sporn looked down on Soren and Gylfie. They could not hear the hushed tell that Soren was repeating, and the two owls were careful to stand very still. When the moon finally slipped down in the night sky, Skinch and Sporn aligned onto the floor of the Moonblaze cell and peered into each of the owls' eyes. Perfect, Scorn declared. We are perfect, Gylfie replied. We are so pleased to be perfect for our masters. Number 25-2 feels quite perfect and complete. Soren picked up the cue. Number 12-1 also feels perfect. We await our commands. Come along, little ones. I knew you could do it. Sporn said. This was the most kindly tone either Soren or Gylfie had ever heard Sporn use. Next thing you know, you'll have your specialness ceremony. Rack drops, thought Gylfie. You know, Sporn, these two were marked as haggards from the start, or at least the barn owl was. And sometimes I think that a haggard, once scalded properly, actually makes a better servant to our cause. The words roared silently in Soren's head. Dream on, you addle-brained idiot bird. I am thinking the little one for Barnclaw's maintenance, for Battleclaw's maintenance, and the barn owl for the Egorium, or maybe even the hatchery for the little one. Hatchery, Egorium, Battleclaws? Soren and Gylfie were suddenly very alert. They managed to walk in the dazed manner of the perfectly moon-blinked. You know, Skinch continued, I thought we need to put them in the same stone pit, in the same glossidium. Reinforced moon scalding. If they look into each other's eyes, I think it has been proven that it reinforces the effects of the scalding. Gylfie nearly laughed out loud. So the two young owls were returned to Soren's glossidium, and Jat and Jut were duly informed that these two were to be together and periodically made to gaze into each other's eyes. Never. All right, you two, barked out Jut. Face off. Neither Jat nor Jut could see the twinkle deep within the other owl's eyes, nor did they hear Soren say as they turned their backs, We did it, Gylfie. We did it. So once more the days slipped into nights, became dark links in the silver chain of the moon as it cycled through its dwinkings and full shines, sometimes appearing as an immense throbbing bright glow, other times as thin as the finest thread of the down filament from an owl's breast. Patiently they waited for the flight feathers to grow in. Each day Soren would do a quick inspection and inventory of what he had, what showed promise. His flight feathers were definitely advancing, perhaps not fully fledged, but definitely there. When he flipped his head backwards, as owls do, he rotated it. He could get a good view of his tail feathers. And when no one was looking, he would practice rotating and ruddering maneuvers. There would, of course, be no first flight ceremonies. In fact, Soren lived in perpetual dread of being informed in a most unceremonious way that he was not destined for flight, as apparently the spotted owl 12-8, formerly Hortense, had been. This, she always said, was due to her top secret status that had something to do with being a broody. Think of all we've learned, Soren, Gylfi said one day, after having served in the Battleclaw's chamber. She seemed blithely confident that when the time came for them to fly, they would, and that it was much more important to survey the entire range of canyons and gulches that composed St. Agnes, so that when they were ready, they could actually indeed escape, never to be caught again, and be able to warn others. Let me tell you what I've learned today in the Battleclaw's chamber. Soren indulged Gylfi and let her run on. Well, they have the Battleclaws that fit over the talons, but they don't make them themselves. They can sort of repair them, but basically they have to scavenge them from other places, other battlefields. But what other battlefields? Look, Gylfi, I didn't live long in Tyto, but I never saw or heard my parents talk about any battles. Did you ever hear your parents talk of any? Gylfi thought hard. No, I didn't. And when we were snatched, they weren't wearing them. They would hardly need them for us. We weren't nestlings. We were just nestlings. Our own talons were not even hardened off. Gylfi blinked at Soren as if he had just said something astonishing. She remained silent for a moment. That's just it, isn't it? They didn't need them for us. No. But they needed us and these Battleclaws for something bigger. Much bigger. Remember, in the third legend of the Gahulian cycle, when the sea serpents that could walk upon the land and swim in the sea started to form their plan, remember how they wanted to drag the entire world of owls and birds into the sea so that they could reign on both land and sea? Yes, Soren said quietly. I think they are planning something big like that. Soren started to say that the story of the serpents was just a legend and not true, and such sea creatures did not exist. But then he realized deep within himself it wouldn't really matter. These owls did exist, and maybe they wanted just what the imaginary creatures of legends wanted. Soren had a horrible vision of the entire forest kingdom of Tyto and the desert kingdom of Kunir and all the owl kingdoms being swirled into this stone world of St. Agnes. So, when we do escape, Soren, we must know as much as we can. We must know about Flex and why they are more precious than gold, and what they plan to do to the kingdoms of owls. It is going to be our duty to warn the rest of the owl kingdom. Don't worry about flying right now. Think about how much we are learning. Look, we know the Pelatorium inside out. We've been on cricket detail. Now Battleclaws. The last area we have to crack, pardon the pun, is the Agorium and that broody place. Top secret, remember? As if 12-8 would ever let us forget. Oh, Glocks, here she comes now. Hang on, Soren. I'm going to try some of my charm. Gylfi winked, and then the dull light of a moon-blinked owl stole into her eyes. Soren watched as Gylfi, in the semblance of the perfectly moon-blinked owl, trotted up to Hortense. 12-8, you appear calm and satisfied from the perfection of perfectly performing your duty well. I cannot imagine that your specialness ceremony is far off. I do not need a ceremony to feel special, for you see, 25-2, I am entrusted with the most sacred and vital of tasks for our beloved St. Aggie's community. Yes, that must be so. 12-1 and I would feel it an honor to serve in such a manner. But then again, we do not have the qualifications, the obvious talents of you. 12-8. Ah, to be the vessel of such trust. 12-8 seemed to swell with pride before their eyes. A pit monitor suddenly swooped down. Humbleness correction. Humility check. It was a smallish whiskered screech owl. Her somber eyes blinked a warning out of her bristly face. 12-8 seemed to shrink to half her size instantly. Oh, I beg your pardon. It is pride in my work, not pride in myself. I remain a humble servant to a great cause. Yes, a great cause, Gylfi repeated the words, and although it was a statement, Soren really heard a question at the center. Yes, that's better, dear. The whiskered screech owl nodded and floated off to a higher perch in the stone pit. Gylfi felt the moment was right. You are the last owl in the world that I would ever say lacked humility, 12-8. You are for my friend and myself a perfect example of humility. You are beyond humbleness. You are, Gylfi was madly searching for a word. What's she going to say next? Soren couldn't imagine. He had never seen a demonstration of outrageous fawning. You are subglossuous. 12-8 blinked at the word, and so did Soren, who had no idea what subglossuous meant. We, my friend and I, only wish that we could serve in the Agorium, and thus attain such humbleness as yourself. Your words are kind, 25-2. I shall hope that they might encourage me in my continuing quest for humility, while in service to a great cause. She wandered off looking a tad more moon-blinked than before, if that was even possible. What in Glock's name is subglossuous? Soren said, as soon as she was out of earshot. No idea, Soren. I made it up. We got to get to that Agorium into the hatchery, Gylfi replied, and the twinkle returned to her eyes. Chapter 14. I'm going to take a drink. I will finish reading. Give me just a moment. Bree, love, are you still awake? I think you are. I think I started yawning and put her to sleep. Sitting there fighting the sleep is what you're doing. You're fighting the sleep. Owl, I know you're still awake. You would not want to miss any of the words of this book. All right. Chapter 14. The Agorium. The following day, Soren was back at his post in the Pelatorium. Indeed, he had been promoted to a second-degree picker, and was now appalled to find himself reciting the exact words to a new owlet that 47-2 had said upon him arriving. Hello, I am 12-1. I am to be your guide for the Pelatorium. Follow me. He spoke in the same peculiar manner. The hollow, clipped sounds came naturally to him now. So when Gylfi came up with a tray of fresh pellets, he was perhaps more than ready to listen to her suggestion of a possible new worksite. The Agorium found us an entry-level position, egg sorting. Fellow in the pellet storage area told me about it. Might blight in the hatchery. So what does that mean? I'm not sure. All I know is that they had to take owls off duty in the Agorium and put them in the hatchery. I still don't really understand what they do in either one of those places. Not to mention, what are these flecks? The first degree pickers always pick 'em. It's like a puzzle that never seems to quite come together. It's as if we have all these pieces of things, but are we any closer to knowing what this place is about and how to get out of it? Or if we'll ever learn to fly? Soren was getting more and more agitated as he spoke. Try to keep calm, Soren. I just have a feeling that we're close to something. Soren and Gilfy stood in a small antechamber. Above them perched a large snowy owl. Welcome to the Agorium. To work in the Agorium and the hatchery is the highest of honors. You have been given temporary top secret clearance. We are in a bit of a bind these days as we have had an epidemic of mite blight. For this reason, you shall not be given a DNF, or destined not to fly ranking, but you shall have to undergo a procedure at the end of your term, which, although not painful, shall make you forget the information that you shall be exposed to here. Moon scalding. But we know how to handle that. Right. Soren was still weak with relief over not being destined not to fly. Now, into the Agorium. Please follow me, the snowy owl hooted softly. There was a collective gasp from all the owls, for even a perfectly moon-blinked owl could not help but be stunned by the scene before them. Thousands upon thousands of eggs were being sorted, eggs of all sizes, and all pure white, glistening now in the moonlight, and as they sorted, they sang a song. By these eggs we set a store. We sort them out and ask for more. Pygmy elf spotted and snowy, make our gizzards get all glowy. Barn owls, great grays, barred and screech, give our hearts an extra beat. The work's top secret, that is true, but we are the best, the Agorium crew. Don't give a hoot that no one flies, for upon these eggs the future relies. Such is our noble destiny, to guard St. Aggies throughout eternity. The instructions were simple. For this first place, each of them was to look for eggs of their own species, as these would be the easiest ones for them to identify. Thus Soren was to sort out barn owl eggs, and Gilfy was to sort out elf owl eggs. They were to roll the eggs into a designated area. From there, they would be transported by larger and more experienced owls to the hatchery. Soren was simply aghast. This was exactly what he had overheard his mother and father talking about. Egg snatching. Unspeakable. That was the word his mother had often used. Unspeakable. But here it was, right before his very eyes. He began to tremble. There was a sickening feeling in his gizzard. Don't yarp on me, Gilfy hissed. How can I yarp? I don't even know how to fly yet. Going yarp, as every owl and bird knew, was a term for when one's wings seemed to lock. And when a bird lost in its instincts could no longer fly, he would suddenly plummet to the ground. As loathsome as the work was, it was pretty easy. However, Soren could not help but wonder, with each barn owl egg he found, where it had came from in Tyto. Did his parents know this owl's egg's parents? Luckily, the barn owl egg station and the elf owl station were not that far apart. So as soon as Soren and Gilfy arrived at their respective stations, rolling their eggs, they would exchange a word or two. I haven't seen 12-8. Hortense, Soren said. She's not in here. She's in the hatchery. That's where the broodies are. They sit on the eggs. We need to get in there. How do you plan to do that? Soren asked. I don't know. I'll think of something, Gilfy said. Just before their shift ended, Gilfy thought of something. You. Me what? Soren asked. You're a perfect broody. What? Me? A broody? Have you gone yokes? I'm a male owl. Male owls don't sit on nests. They do occasionally. In a very cold climate, sometimes they sit on the nest. Well, this isn't exactly cold, an especially cold climate. Why not you? They don't need an elf owl, but they need a barn owl. I heard them talking, and by the way, they have plenty of male owls up there, sitting on nests. What do you mean by up there? Up where? Up there, Soren. I think it's higher than the library. I think it's very close to the sky. I think we could fly from up there. Soren felt his gizzard give a lurch. I'll go. Good fella. Gilfy gave Soren a friendly cuff. Although she was so short she could hardly reach his wing. But it seemed like a really male owl thing to do. And she wanted to assure Soren that although he was going to be a broody, he was still one tough little owl. And I myself plan on getting promoted to moss tender. Drink and then back to read. We're getting to chapter 15. How is everybody doing tonight? Y'all enjoying the book so far? Woo! Alright. It was Soren's second night on the job. He actually worked a shift with 3 other barn owls, one of whom was male. When it was a night shift, he did not have to report to the Glossidium. It wasn't quite as humiliating as he had thought. There was certainly a constant stream of food. Broodies were all well tended. Someone was always coming by clucking. How about a nice fat worm, just flown in from Tydo? A bit of snake, vole, red squirrel. Candy. No, the eating was definitely good in the hatchery. Gilfy did manage to get herself in as a moss tender, and if their shifts coincided, there was plenty of time to talk, as Gilfy made extra trips to tuck moss and bits of fluff into Soren's nest. Soren had 4 eggs in his nest, which seemed a tad crammed. He thought mostly there were 2 or 3 eggs to a barn owl's nest. But then again, what did he know? Just as he was beginning to think on this, the second night, that it wasn't so bad, the barn owl on the nest next to him spoke in an empty moon-blinked voice. Crack alert! Crack alert! Egg tooth visible! 2 barred owls came hustling over. Soren felt his gizzard twinge with excitement. He leaned out of his nest to take a peek. The egg was given those familiar shudders, just like Eglantine's egg had. Now, which seemed so long ago, but no one seemed at all excited. No one was gasping with joy. No one was saying, "It's coming, it's coming." The egg was rocking now. Soren could see the little hole and the egg tooth, pale and glistening, poking out. "All right," said the first barred owl in a cool voice. "Even with that egg tooth, let's crack it." And with that, the two barred owls gave solid thwacks with their talons to split the egg. Then one of the barred owls hooked the slimy white blob with its talon and firmly pulled it out while the other one turned the shell up. "Bottoms up," the owl said crisply, and she dumped out the hatchling. Soren was so shocked he could barely breathe. No one exclaimed, "It's a girl." No one said adorable or enchanting. No one said anything except for number 401-2. The other barred owl nodded in response. "So we're in the 400 sequence with the barn owls now." "Yes, what an accomplishment," sighed the one who had numbered the little owlet. Soren felt rage. An accomplishment. This was the most horrid, despicable thing he had ever witnessed. A coldness that began in his gizzard seemed to creep through Soren for his new tail feathers up to his wing tips and down to his talons. He realized that he would rather see this little owl dead than alive in St. Aggie's. They had to get out. He and Gylfie had to get out. They must learn to fly. Where was Gylfie? She was on this shift. He wished she could come by and see this. He craned his head about, but there was no sign of the little elf owl. It was the stillest time of the moonless night, and on break, Gylfie had stepped into a large crack in the rock, perfect for hiding. She was watching Hortense. Hortense had proven herself to be such an exceptional broody that she had been giving a big nest on a large outcropping of stone somewhat away from the others, where there was more room. She had become very adept to spreading herself over several eggs at a time. It was a change in shift for moss tenders in Gylfie's area, so it would be a while before any came by. And now the spotted owl, who was indeed large for her owl age, was doing something rather odd. She had actually stepped off of her nest, and it appeared to Gylfie as if she were trying to dislodge an egg from the nest. Gylfie blinked, and blinked again. Gylfie nearly gasped out loud as she saw 12-8 gently roll the egg to the edge of the stone outcropping. Then, out of the blackness of the motionless night, there appeared a spot of dazzling white, just a spot like a tiny moon floating in the darkness, a tiny feathered moon. Gylfie's eyes widened. It was the head of a bald eagle. She had seen them in the desert, but this one was huge, and he had the wingspan that was immense. It alighted on the ledge and slightly picked up the egg in its talons. Not a word was exchanged. Indeed, the only thing that Gylfie heard was a soft sigh in the night as 12-8 climbed back onto her nest. Gylfie and Soren finally met up at dawn when they were both due to go off their shifts. They each were so eager to talk about their experience that they began to argue as to who would go first. Finally, Gylfie hissed her news. 12-8. She's an infiltrator. What? His beak dropped open. The story of the horrific hatching seemed like nothing compared to his. A spy, Gilfy said in a throaty voice. Wait, are you talking about the same owl? Hortense, number 12-8? She's no more 12-8 than I'm 25-2. Or you're, what's your number again? I keep forgetting. 12-1, Soren said dimly. Hush, here she comes now. Hortense walked by and then stopped. I hear, number 12-1, that you are doing an admirable job as a broody. It is the most rewarding work. Each little egg that I bring to hatching makes me feel satisfied in a most humble way. Thank you, 12-8, Soren replied numbly. Then the spotted owl turned to Gilfy. And I understand that you are an excellent moth tender. You, too, might advance to become a broody for small eggs. I am sure you will find complete fulfillment in this task. Gilfy nodded mutely. What an actress. For the next 2 weeks, Soren and Gilfy argued about how they would confront Hortense. I think we should just go up to her when she's alone and say, Hortense, it has come to our attention. What do you mean it's come to our attention? You spied on her, Gilfy. That could make her nervous. The come to our attention bit, she might think a lot of owls have seen her. You're right. Why do we have to confront her at all, Gilfy? Why? Well, what if she's part of something here? What if there are 20 Hortenses in St. Aggie's? What if there are some hidden network of disgruntled, unmoon-blinked owls? Maybe they're planning a revolution. What's a revolution? Soren asked. It's kind of like war, but the sides aren't exactly equal. It's like the little fellows rising up against the big baddies. Oh, Soren said. Look, we have to make friends, real friends, with Hortense. Her nest is in the highest place in St. Aggie's, and that's where we're going to leave from. Gilfy paused and walked right underneath Soren's beak. Look down at me, Soren. What? Soren, we've got to learn how to fly now. Little drink and then I'll start reading again. We're on chapter 16, Hortense's story, or 12-8's story. Chapter 16, Hortense's story. But first, they had to talk to Hortense. It was not, of course, just a question of picking the right moment, but the right words. The moment was easy enough. The moment was easy enough. The following evening, Soren and Gilfy managed to synchronize their schedules so that Soren had a break from his broody chores while Gilfy was still on moth tending duty. Soren requested permission to help his friend deliver moths, which was granted. As there were still shortages in both the hatchery and the agorium, together the two owls made their way to the distant outcropping where Hortense sat this evening on a large nest with at least 8 eggs in it. Phew, sighed Soren. Some hike up here. Nothing to it, Gilfy hopped. You get used to it. All right, now, you know the drill. You begin. It was Soren who had thought of the opening words, or word. The opening word was a name, Hortense. and the speech was simple. They were now approaching the top of the outcrop. The wind was strong. It was indeed the first time that Soren had felt the wind since he had arrived at St. Agnes. Silvery dark clouds raced against the sky. This was where owls belonged, up high, with the wind and the sky and the stars that swirled in the night. He felt invigorated and confident. Welcome, 12.5 and 12.1, to my humble abode. Soren dropped the moss from his beak onto the nest, and Hortense began tucking it into the niches and gaps. Hortense looked up and blinked at him. Her yellow eyes thickened with the moon gaze. Hortense, this is not humble. This is where owls belong. High near the wind, near the sky, close to the heartbeat of the night. Amazing, Gylfi thought. Soren might not know the word revolution, but this owl could talk. Hortense, you are an owl. A spotted owl. I am number 12-8. No, your name is Hortense, Soren said, and this was Gylfi's cue. Hortense, cut the pellets. You are Hortense, and I saw you acting not as 12-8, but as Hortense, the brave, imaginative spotted owl. I saw you deliver an egg from this nest to an eagle. At that moment, Hortense blinked again, and the daze lifted from her eyes, simply evaporated like fog on a sunny day. You saw? I did see, Hortense. You are no more moon-blinked than we are. I had my suspicions about you two. Her eyes seemed to lose their brittle stare. Indeed, Soren thought they were the loveliest owl eyes that he had ever seen. Deep brown like the still pull of the forest that he had never seen but only from his family's nest in the fir tree. But there was also a kind of flickering light in them. Speckles of white dotted the crown of her head, and the entire body seemed draped and dappled in shapes of amber and brown, shot through with spots of white like blurry stars. We never suspected you, Soren added quickly. That is until Gylfi saw you that night. Are there any others here that are un-moon-blinked? Gylfi asked. We are the only three, I do believe. How did you get here? How did you resist moon blinking? It's a long story how I got here. And as to how I resisted moon blinking, well, I'm not sure. You see, where I come from, there's a stream, and the flecks they pick from pellets run heavily in that stream. What are the flecks? I'm not sure of that either. They can be found in rocks and soil and water. They seem to occur everywhere. But in our part of the kingdom of Ambla, there is a large deposit that runs through the creeks and rivers. It is both a blessing and a curse. Some of us have unusual powers because of the flecks, we think, but for others it disrupts their navigational abilities to fly true courses. I had a grandmother who eventually lost her wits entirely, but before that she hatched my father, who could see through rock. What? Impossible. No, it's true. Yet my brother went blind at an early age. So no one ever knew how it might affect them. I think in my case, it perhaps made me resistant to moon blinking. But that doesn't explain how I got here. It was no accident. I chose to come. You chose to come? I told you, it's a long story. I'm on break. I got time, Soren said. And they're short on monitors. I won't be missed, Gilfy asked. Well, first of all, I am much older than I am Pierre. I am a fully mature owl. What? Soren and Gilfy both said with complete disbelief. Yes, it's true. I hatched about 4 years ago. 4 years ago? Yes, indeed. But perhaps one of the effects of the flex on me was that I was always small. Small as an owlet. Never really grew to be much bigger than an owlet size. My feathers were delayed coming in, and of course, I have further delayed them. At this point, Hortense stuck her beak into the nest and pulled out a lovely brown and white spotted owl feather. Is that from molt? Soren asked. He had molted when he had his first down. There had been a first molting ceremony, and his mother had saved those baby feathers in a special place. No, not a molt. I pulled them out myself. You pluck yourself? Well, she laughed, and the chirr sound of a spotted owl's laughter was indeed a lovely sound that no moon-blinked owl could ever make. I am a DNF. Destined not to fly? Soren said the word softly. Yes, because of my top secret work, but also because of my delayed feather development. So I was not natural. A natural for what? To come here to find out what was going on. You see, in the forest of Ambala, our losses due to St. Aggie's patrols had become increasingly heavy. We had been losing baby owlets and eggs at an astonishing rate. Something had to be done, and this, of course, meant sacrifices. One of our bravest owls had followed a St. Aggie's patrol and discovered this maze of stone canyons in which they lived. That particular owl, Cedric, had sacrificed an egg from his and his mate's nest so that he could follow them. I volunteered for service as well. I figured that I probably wouldn't have much of a normal life, what with my delayed feathers and development and all. And then when my feathers finally did come in, they just didn't seem to work that well. No power, no lift, shaky drag capabilities. I could hardly manage anything but the shortest of flights. Who would have me as a mate? What kind of mother could I make? Not being able to hunt or teach my babies to fly? How should I put it? I was bound to be one of those old single owls, always dependent on relatives' charity, given the wormy, maggoty, down in the trunk hollow. I hated the idea of being the pathetic dependent owl. The one of the owlets were always forced to visit. I decided that it was contrary to my nature to lead such a life, and that I could not live like a normal owl. I would, in fact, use my disability for some noble purpose. Thus, I chose to go to St. Aggie's and do whatever I could to stop them in their horrible quest for power and control the kingdoms of owls. For that is what they want to do. You realize this, don't you? Soren and Gilfy nodded numbly. The eggs are part of it. I do what I can here. Since my arrival, I have saved more than 20 eggs. The owls of Ambala work with the great bald eagles. It's safest that way. Eagles can get closest to this place. more freely. Rock crevices are the natural nesting places for many eagles, so they know the territory. The eagle is the one bird that really strikes fear into the gizzard of any of these owls. That scar on Skinch's wings, that was the talon work of an eagle. But how did you get here if you can't fly long distances? Halo. Halo? Gylfi and Soren both said at once. High altitude, low opening situation. You see, you wait for a day with thick cloud coverage. I had plucked myself to owlet status. Soren winced. Two big snowies who had blended in perfectly with the cloud cover flew me to the boulders just before the entrance of the canyons of St. Agnes. There was a grove of trees there with a lot of moss under them. It's where the moss that is used in these nests come from. No owls live there anymore, but that is where they dropped me on that cloudy day. You say you've saved 20 eggs. Yes, indeed. And back in Umballa, they now tell stories of me. I, who had no stories, am now the hero of stories, Hortense said with no pretense of humility. But Hortense, Soren said, there must be more to your life than this. You cannot remain here forever. The eagles promised to come and get me, but I always say, oh, just another dozen more or so. I have become rather addicted to what I'm doing. But there were risks, Gylfi said. Anything worth doing has risks. And believe me, this is worth doing. We want to get out of here. Won't you come with us? How can I? I can't fly, nor can you for that matter. But we're going to learn. Good, Hortense replied softly, and there was a quaver in her voice that gave both Soren and Gylfi a very creepy feeling. Then, realizing that perhaps she had frightened them, Hortense spoke cheerfully. Oh, don't worry. I am sure you shall. But where there's a wing, there's a way. Now let me see those wings of yours. Gylfi and Soren both spread their wings for Hortense to examine. Lovely, lovely, she said softly. Converts coming in nicely. Soren, very nice tip slots developing between the primaries. Exceptional for drag control, especially during turbulent conditions. Your barbs, both of you, are still soft, but they'll stiffen up, and I am sure you will both make splendid flyers. Any chance we could see the eagles when they come in? Well, they fly in just before first light. I'll work a double shift so I can come up here. And Soren, try to arrange for a break then for yourself. Another drink, and then 17. And yes, Bree, there is a movie of Guardians of Gahul. It was originally on Netflix. I'm not sure what it's on no more. I'm not sure. Gish, how are you? I believe it's on Tubi now. Okay. Chapter 17. Save the Egg. Number 32-9. Reporting for broody duty. An extremely large barn owl stood at the edge of the nest. Soren scrambled down and set off to find Gylfi. He met her in the rubbling path leading up to the outcropping where Hortense was. You realize, of course, that when we learn to fly, the outcropping will make an ideal takeoff spot. Always a breeze to bounce you up. Perfect. By the time they arrived, Hortense already had the egg out of the nest and was pushing it towards the edge of the rock. Can we help? Soren asked. Thank you both, but it really is better if I do it by myself. The fewer birds to touch this egg, the less confusing the hatchlet will be when it comes out. Ah, here she comes. No mate with her tonight. Must be busy elsewhere. Gives me such a thrill every time I spot those wings. Magnificent, aren't they? Soren saw the white head, brighter than any star, melted from the dim pearly gray of the dawn. The immensity of the eagle's wings was incredible. Soren was enraptured, so enraptured that he didn't hear Gylfi's desperate hiss. Finally, a sharp beak poked him in the knees. Soren, quick! I hear someone coming up the path. Then Soren heard it too. Gylfi dived into a narrow slot. The slot was much too skinny for a fat barn owl like Soren. Come in, come in. We'll squeeze up. It's wider inside. Gylfi was desperate, and Soren was nearly frozen with fear to the rock beneath his talons. When owls are frightened, their feathers lie flat, and they do become slimmer. So with fear pumping through him, Soren indeed seemed to shrink. He pressed himself into the crack that, in fact, did widen as it deepened into the rock. He hoped he was not crushing Gylfi. They both were barely breathing as the horrifying scene began to unfold. 12-8! The screech seemed to crack the sky. Good God! It was Skinch and Sporn and Jat and Jut and Auntie. Auntie puffed and angry, the yellow light from her eyes no longer soft, but a hard metallic glare. I've suspected her for some time, Auntie squawked, and dragged Hortense off the nest that she had just moments before returned to. The egg, limned by the rising sun, stood fragile and quivering at the edge of the rock. Soren's eyes were riveted on the egg. The egg loomed so large, so fragile, against the dawn sky. It could have been Eglantine. It could have been my sister. Thought began to swell in Soren's brain and fill him with a profound terror. This was the future that they were fighting for. This was the evilness of St. Agnes. The egg teetering on the brink, as did the entire world of owls. The eagle hovered above. Suddenly there was a deep, mournful howl. Go for the egg. Don't worry about me. Save the egg. Save the egg. Then a huge shadow slid across the outcropping, and next there was an explosion of feathers. It seemed to Soren that there was nothing but feathers. Feathers and down everywhere, swirling in the glimmering rosy light of a new day. The eagle was every place at once, and Hortense's voice kept crying, Save the egg, save the egg. Auntie was the fiercest fighter of them all, her beak open and ready to tear, her yellow eyes flashing madly in her head, her talons extended and trying to rip at the eagle's eyes. She was a white squall of fury. Scalding curses tore from her mouth. Kill, kill, she screamed in a high-pitched, deafening voice. Her feathered face hardened until it seemed like stone, slashed by a darkened beak and the savage yellow eyes. It was a blazing white mask of brutality. Then Gylfi and Soren saw the eagle take a mighty swipe with her wing and send Auntie tumbling flat on her back. In that moment, the eagle reached the egg and rose into the sky with it clutched in her claws. Yet the voice of Hortense seemed to grow dimmer, as if it was fading away, dwindling, as if Soren and Gylfi looked at each other. Two big tears leaked from Soren's dark eyes. She's falling, isn't she, Gylfi? They pushed her, and there was Auntie standing at the edge of the cliff with Sporn, looking down into the 1,000-foot deep abyss. Bye-bye, Auntie cooed, and waved a tattered wing. Bye-bye, 12-8, you fool. The coo curled into the ugliest snarl Soren could ever imagine. But the eagle got the egg, Gylfi said weakly. Yes, I suppose she did. And now there would be more stories indeed, legends to tell in Umballa of brave Hortense. The Agorium was briefly shut down. All temporary Agorium and hatchery owls were to report to the Moonblaze chamber immediately for moonscalding, as indeed there was to be full shine the following evening. Soren and Gylfi, still crammed in the slot, heard Auntie and Sporn and Skinch talking about how no word of this could get out. Auntie's old voice returned. She fretted in that Auntie way of hers about how she could not imagine that 12-8, the most beautifully moon-blinked owl ever, could have gone so wrong under her guidance. Once again, Gylfi and Soren survived the moonscalding in the Moonblaze chamber. They told the tales of yore, as Gylfi called the Gahulian legends, and Soren, who had a remarkable gift for storytelling, began to compose a new one that first night that he had told in bits through the glare of the moon's hot light. She was an owl like none other. Soren began thinking of Hortense. Her face both beautiful and kindly. Her deep brown eyes warm and with a glimmer like tiny suns. Her wings, however, for one reason or another, were crippled. And it was from this, her weakness, that she drew her great strength. For this was an owl who wanted only to do good, who clung to dreams of freedom while giving up her own. And from a stony perch high in a lawless place, she did find a way to wage her own war. Soren finished the legend as the scalding moon began to slip down in the sky. Hitman Boogie, welcome in. Chapter 18, One Bloody Night. It was the last night of the Dwinkening. The moon this night appeared like a fragile, dim thread in the sky. The last full shine in which they had been moon-scalded after their work in the Agorium had seemed the longest, but Soren and Gylfi had survived. Soren poked his beak into his feathers, the very feathers that Hortense had said were coming along nicely. They seemed even thicker now. Look at those primaries, Soren. And your plummels. How I do envy your plummels. Soren ran his beak lightly through the plummels that hovered like a fine mist over his flight feathers. He remembered his mother saying how one must preen their plummels every day, for indeed plummels were unique to that owl. Of all birds, only owls, and only certain owls at that, had plummels. Elf owls did not have these fine, soft feathers that fringed the leading edges of wings. It was these feathers that allowed barn owls like Soren to fly in almost complete silence. Plummels, his mother had said, are every bit as important as a sharp beak or sharp talons. These words, of course, were directly mostly to Clud. Clud's pummels had just began to sprout, shortly before Soren had been snatched, but all Clud cared about was his beak and talons. So Gylfi, you think, then by the time of the next Dwinkening, we shall be able to leave? Of course. Soren looked at this little owl who had become his friend and felt a twinge. She could leave now, for Gylfi was a fully fledged owl, with her dappling plumage of reddish browns and grays, and the striking white feathers that curved over her eyes in lovely sweeping arcs. Gylfi looked so grown up, so ready to fly. Gylfi, you could leave now. Look at you. Gylfi had, indeed, turned into a very lovely elf owl. We have had this talk before, Soren. I told you. I am not leaving without you. I know. I just want you to be sure. Soren bobbed his head up and down twice and then cocked it to the side in a questioning manner. We still haven't gotten to the library, and I feel... Soren began to interrupt. For the life of him, he could not figure out why Gylfi was so set on getting into the library. The flecks were interesting, but he didn't see how this was connecting with any that had to do with their escaping. The library, of course, was located in a higher part of the canyon, one closer to the sky. The chances of getting into the hatchery since the Hortense disaster, which would have afforded them the best takeoff spot, were absolute zero. And now, that was just what Gylfi was saying. I just feel it in my gizzard, Soren. If we can get into the library, it might be our way out. But until Grimble comes back, I don't think there's a chance. Why didn't we think of asking Hortense about Grimble being imperfectly moon-blinked? Soren wondered. I doubt if she would have known anything. All she ever saw of this place was the hatchery, really. I suppose you're right, Soren replied. But Gylfi, what's the sense of us getting into the library, even if the library is the second best escape route, if we can't fly? You said we have to learn, and we'd better start quickly. Do you know the first thing about flying, except that what we remember our parents saying? How can we practice branching here? Start hopping around and trying to do any of the usual things owl chicks have been doing by the time they are our age to be flight ready? And you'll see the monitors on us faster than if we had just asked the question. You're right, Soren. We're not ready, but we have to figure out a way to practice. I'm not sure that we can. I mean, it just seems too risky. But Gylfi saw that. In fact, Soren was practicing in a very subtle way. As they munched their evening ration of crickets in the Glossidium, the barn owl had spread his wings and fluffed them up. And although not hopping, Soren had certainly assumed what was known as a flight prime position. He turned now to 47-2, their Pelatorium guide, from the first day, and in Gylfi's mind, the first perfectly moon-blinked creature of St. Agnes. Just getting the feel of it, Soren said to 47-2. Naturally, he did not wait for 47-2 to speak. To ask. The feel of what? He merely went ahead and answered his own question in hopes of provoking 47-2 to offer some information. It must feel wonderful when you finally lift off. He raised his wings slightly as he spoke. It is almost as if I know exactly where the air will pouch beneath my wings. Oh, yes, 47-2 blinked. That feeling will pass. 47-2's wings hung limply at her sides. I remember when I had it as well. You won't be bothered much longer with such feelings. She stared straight ahead, her eyes vacant. Bothered? Why would such feelings ever be a bother? Soren dared not ask. He could see that Gylfi had heard this as well, and was equally disturbed. A dread began to creep up from their gizzards and seep into their hollow bones. They had thought that DNFs, owls destined not to fly, were only those owls who worked in the hatchery and the agorium. Were there DNFs in the pelotorium as well? Yes, yes. 47-2 spoke in her odd flat tones. It will pass. Not much longer. And it is a lovely feeling that comes as they relieve you of those stirrings of flight. Soren could hardly steady his voice to form the next statement. Yes, stirrings of flight. I very much like these stirrings of flight. They feel so lovely under my wings. No, no, they become more bothersome. Trust me. You will welcome the bats when they come. Bats? Soren and Gylfi desperately needed to know about the bats. Know how could he wheedle this information out? I have not seen any bats around here, Soren said, trying to keep the anxiousness out of his voice. Oh, they only come just before every other newing or so, to relieve us of flight urges. You are still not ready. I'm afraid you will have to wait until the next newing. 100 questions battered Soren's brain, but 47-2 continued. They come tonight. I am very happy in anticipation. It is so lovely. We always sleep our best after the bats quank. Just at that moment, Jat and Jut screeched a call for attention. All 40s through 48s shall report to the third sleep march to Area 3. They spoke in unison. Hooray! The cheer welled up in the Glossodia. Hooray, hooray! 47-2 danced a strange little jig. 2 marches had gone by. The silver thread of a moon was drawn down to the edge where the sky meets the earth. The last feeble blink of silver, and it was gone. The sky grew blacker and blacker. The third sleep march would seem meaningless, for all was engulfed in the shadows, and yet the shriek came. Soren and Gylfi moved, following 47-2, stopped at the edge of Area 3. Look, Gylfi said. Look at what they're doing. Soren and Gylfi both stared in disbelief as hundreds of owls flung themselves flat onto their backs, with their breasts exposed to the sky and their wings spread out. Never have I seen an owl perch that way. It looks as if it might hurt. I don't think it's called perching. I think it's called laying down. Laying down? Animals do that? Not birds. And never owls. Not unless they're dead. But these owls were not dead. Listen, Soren said. The sky high above the Glossodium seemed suddenly to pulse with a throbbing sound. It was the sound of a wing beats. but not the soft, almost silent wing beats of an owl. Instead, it was a tough, leathery snap. A strange song began to rise in the glossidium. Then, blacker than the blackest of the night, printed against the sky, 10,000 bats flew overhead, as the owls called to them in an odd wailing lament. Come to us and quackle and quack. Relieve us of our stirrings. With your fangs so sharp and bright, take this blood that's always purring. Through our hollow bones it flows, to each feather and downy fluff. Quell the terrible, horrible urge that so often prinkles us. Still our dreams, make slow our thoughts. Let tranquility flood our veins. Come to us and drink your fill, so we might end our pains. Soren and Gylfie watched in unblinking wonder as the vampire bats fluttered down, using their tiny wing thumbs and feet that began to crawl up onto the old owl's breast. They seemed to forage for a few seconds, seeking out a bare spot on the owl's breast. With gleaming sharp teeth, they made a quick, tiny cut. The bat's tongue, narrow and grooved, slipped into the nicks. The owls did not even flinch, but seemed merely to sigh into the night. Soren and Gylfie were transfixed and could not move. 47-2 turned her head toward them, her eyes half shut, a mild, contented expression on her face. That must hurt terribly, Soren spoke softly. No. Lovely, lovely. The stirrings go. No more. Her voice dwindled into the darkness of the night. Soren and Gylfie were not sure how long the vampire bats were there, but indeed, they seemed to swell before their eyes, and then they appeared so gorged that it was as if they staggered rather than lifted into flight. The moon had vanished now for days. The grayness of the new dawn began to filter through the black, and in drunken spirals the bats wheeled through the remnants of the night. Chapter 19, To Believe. Give me a drink and I'll start reading the next chapter. I know Jess is still awake. She's playing Fortnite. Believe Owl is still awake. And Bree's probably asleep, but awake. Alright. Nate 2.0, how are you? Chapter 19, To Believe. Ever since that bloody night, Soren and Gylfie had thought of nothing but flying. It had become abundantly clear to them why none of the owlets of St. Agnes had the sleek, glossy feathers or any of the fluffy down of a normal owl who has grown beyond the chick stage. Growing flat feathers for an owl was normally not a complicated business. But deprived of the blood supply, these feathers from the primaries to the plummels would wither and die. With that, stirrings, dreams of flight, notions of a sky full of joy and freedom shriveled and died as well. Soren and Gylfie's mission was unmistakable. They must learn how to fly, despite lacking any opportunity to ever branch or hop or practice for flight in any way. They must keep the dream of flight alive in their minds. They must feel it in their gizzards, and in that way they would learn to fly. Gylfi repeated the words of her father to Soren. He said, Soren, that you can't practice forever and still never fly if you don't believe. So it's not just practice, Soren. We must believe we can fly. And we can, because we're not moon-blinked. But moon-blinked or not, we have to have feathers. And I am still short of flight feathers, Soren replied. You are going to have them. You will have enough by the next mewing. Well, that's just the problem. That's when the vampire bats come back. Gylfi looked at Soren gravely. That's why we must learn how to fly before the next mewing. But I won't be ready. I won't have enough feathers. Almost, though. Almost? There's a difference, Gylfi, between almost and enough. Yes, the difference is belief, Soren. Belief. The little elf owl said the last word so fiercely that Soren took a step back. You have a large and generous gizzard, Soren. You feel, I know this, you feel strongly. If any owl can do this, you can. Soren blinked in dismay. How could he not believe it if this owl, who weighed no more than a wad of leaves, believed it so much? It was Gylfi who had the enormous gizzard, not himself. So the two little owls began to think constantly about flying. They discussed it whenever they could. They shared memories of their parents lifting out of their nests into the sky. They argued about the wing angles and drift and updrafts, and a dozen other things they had seen and almost felt as they had watched other owls. They pondered endlessly the stony maze of the canyons and ravines that made up St. Agnes. They knew that the only way out was straight up, requiring the most difficult of flight maneuvers, especially now that they had no access to Hortense's stone outcropping high up in the hatchery. There could be no gradual glide for takeoff. Still, they knew that when they escaped, it was essential to find the highest point possible, point closest to the sky. Gylfi continued to feel deep in her gizzard that the library would offer such a place, and that within the library they would discover the secret of the flex, and in some way this secret would become vital to their escape. One unseasonably warm day, Gylfi had returned to their stations from the Pelletorium from a run for new pellets. She was barely able to conceal her excitement. He's back, she whispered to Soren. Grimble's back. Get on the next shift with me for new pellets. That would be easy. It was a snack shift. It was a snack shift, and if you were on a new pellet run, you missed the snack. So no one ever really wanted to go. Just as the sun reached its highest point, Soren and Gylfi stopped walking. They, of course, continued to move their feet as if they were still marching, and the stream of owlets parted around them and moved on as they remained in the same place. Soren blinked. He did not have to look up to feel the pierce of the blue sky flowing above them. He had passed this point on the trail many times now, and each time he felt refreshing by the very thought of this small wedge of sky so close. He passed. Gylfi gave the signal, and they turned down the smaller track toward the library. Gylfi marched ahead. Soren was trembling with fear. What if Gilfy's suspicion about Grimble being imperfectly moon-blinked were wrong? What if Grimble sounded an alarm? What if they were both seized for the next laughter therapy session? Soren winced and felt a twinge flicker from his own down fluff to his brand new primaries. Grimble stood in front of the opening to the library. There seemed to be no other owls about. Soren, however, felt the air stir and suddenly realized that was a breeze. A wonderful thrill coursed through him, as it had when he was on the stone outcropping of Hortense's nest. Grimble now turned and blinked at them, then commenced one of the strangest conversations Soren had ever heard. "So you are here," Grimble said. "So we are," replied Gilfy. "You are conducting yourselves in a dangerous manner." The boreal owl said that carefully. "Our lives are not worth 2 pellets here. We have nothing left to lose." "Brave words." "Not so brave. Wait until you hear my questions. Then you'll know I'm brave." Soren nearly fainted. How could Gilfy even say the word? Grimble began to shake almost uncontrollably. "You dare say the Q?" "Yes, and I am going to say the what, the when, and the why, and every other word for a free and unmoon-blinked owl. For we are just like you, Grimble." Grimble began to gag. "What? What am I talking about? Is that what you wanted to say? Say it, Grimble. Ask how I know this. Ask anything you want, and I'll tell you with one answer. I feel it in my gizzard." "Gizzard?" Grimble's face grew dreamy with memory. "Yes, gizzard, Grimble. Ours still work, and we know, we sense it, that you are not moon-blinked. You're faking, just as we are." "Not completely." The owl blinked. A thin, transparent eyelid swept across his eye. Soren knew about these winking eyelids. His parents had told him that when he began to fly, he would find them useful, for they would keep his eyes clear in flight and protect them from any airborne bits of debris. But Grimble was not in flight. No, Grimble was hardly moving. So why was his wink lid flickering madly? Then Soren noticed huge tears gathering at the far corners of his large yellow eyes. Oh, if only I were perfectly moon-blinked. Why, Grimble? Why? Cannot tell you right now. I shall come to you tonight in the Glossidia. I shall arrange for a pass for you. I won't mind, as it is now the time of the newing. But let me tell you right now, what you are doing is terribly dangerous. What you are doing could invite a fate much worse than death." "Worse than death?" Gilfy asked. "What could be worse than that? We would rather die than stay here." "The life I live is worse than death, I assure you." Quick drink, and then next chapter. Hooty Hoo, thank you for the tappy taps. Dan K, how are you? I know you do, Owl. Chapter 20. Grimble's Story. I thought I was being smart, Grimble said. He had led them into another crack in the canyon wall that was off the large one that led from the Pelatorium. You see, the snatching patrols had just snatched one of my young ones, and I was returning with my mate from hunting. It was a little Bess. She was my favorite. I have to admit, I swooped in and attacked ferociously. It was actually a cousin of Jat and Jut who had Bess in his talons. His name was Orc. He was considered very dangerous, and well, I killed him. The other owls were stunned. They shrank back from me, but then Sporn and Skinch flew in. They saw what happened. Oddly enough, they were thrilled that Orc was dead. You see, the previous leader of St. Angie's had died the year before, and since then a bitter power struggle had gone between Orc and his forces and those of Sporn and Skinch. Skinch and Sporn were so happy that they said they would spare my family, never come by our nest again, if I would agree to turn to St. Aggie's and join them. They wanted me for my fighting skills. I had killed Orc with no battle claws on at all, just my bare talons and beak. They needed and wanted me. Well, it seemed there was no choice. I looked at my dear mate. There were 3 other young ones in the nest. I had to do it. I had to go. My mate begged me not to. She swore that we could go elsewhere, far away. But Skinch and Sporn laughed and said they would find us no matter where we went. So I joined them. My mate and our owlets promised they would never forgive me. Sporn and Skinch promised that I could visit them thrice yearly, which at one time seemed very generous. I should have suspected something right away, but I didn't know about moonblinking then. The visits would become meaningless if I were successfully moonblinked. My family would not recognize me, nor would I have any feeling for them. This is because moonblinked owls have no real feelings. And without our feelings, we become unrecognizable. Over time, to those who do have feelings, that is the evil genius of moonblinking. So I was determined, like you, to resist and to pretend. I was fairly successful. Skinch and Sporn had valued my fighting skills so much that they allowed me to earn a name. I had been number 28-5, but I became Grimble. And now, something has changed. What do you mean? You resisted? Yes, to a point. To a point? You either are or you're not moonblinked. After a few newings, we are required, even as mature owls, to be re-blinked. I think something has begun to change. It seems that although I resisted, now I am losing something. The faces of my dear mate, my little Bess, they've all begun to fade. When I used to visit them, my old voice came back. The call of boreal owls is like a song. Some say like the bells that used to toll in the churches, but now it has become flat. 8 or so newings ago, when I made one of my visits home, I called out as usual as I approached, but no one recognized my call. 2 newings ago, when I arrived, neither my mate nor Bess recognized me. Unbelievable, Gilfy whispered. And now they are gone, Grimble said. Gone? You mean left? They left, or perhaps they were killed by Skinch and Sporn. Or perhaps what, Gilfy pressed? Perhaps they are there, and I simply cannot see them at all, nor do they recognize me. I think I have become like air, transparent, like nothingness. Is that not the ultimate savagery of being moonblinked? I would say that in another few newings I shall be perfectly moonblinked, an elderly owl. But why? Why do they do this? What's the purpose of St. Agnes? And the flecks, what are those about? One simple question, and one not so simple. The purpose of St. Agnes is to take control of every owl's kingdom on earth, and destroy it. You can be sure the kingdom shall be destroyed. But control is really what they want. And for the kind of control they want, they must moonblink. That is their main tool. For moonblinking destroys will, erases individuality, and makes everyone the same. The flecks, however, are other kind of tool, a weapon for war. What can flecks do? No one really knows. I'm not entirely sure. The flecks do have powers if certain things are done to them. What kind of powers? Again, I am not certain. They seem to be able to pull things towards them sometimes. When I'm working in the flex storage area of the library, sometimes I think I can feel their force. Soren and Gilfy were mystified. How strange. Teach us to fly, Grimble. Teach us to fly. It was Soren who blurted out the words. The idea half-formed seemed to explode all at once in his head, sending tremors all the way down to his gizzard. There was a stunned silence. Gilfy and Grimble both looked at Soren, blinking, but remained wordless. But you know, Soren, and you know, Gilfy, I can tell you what to do, and I can help you practice, but I cannot do everything. It's very strange with flying. A young owl can do everything perfectly, but if you don't believe, Soren and Gilfy both blinked at Grimble, and together said, "If you don't believe, you'll never fly." Yes, yes, I see you understand. And of course, that is why none of the owlets in the Glossidium will ever fly. It is not only that the vampire bats quiet their stirrings, and cause their feathers turn brittle, but if an owl is moonblinked, it, of course, has no notion of what it means to believe. But we aren't moonblinked, Gilfy said. And I don't believe you are either, Grimble. You give me hope. You two young ones. I thought all of my hope had been destroyed. But you give me hope. I shall try. Here's what we must do. So Grimble explained to them that he was in charge of organizing the products of the pellets, the teeth, the fur, and the flecks. And after each day's work, I store them in the library to keep lists, inventories. I can get you a pass to help in the listings. I work mostly in the small areas off the library and then take them in when I get enough. When I don't do that, I am on day guard of the library. You will never be permitted in the library, but I can try to teach you how to fly in that small space. It isn't ideal, but it is the only place we have. It connects to the library, which is larger, but you can't go in there because when I am in the inventory area, someone else is guarding the library. I thought the library had books. It does, but we store these materials there as well, near the books that supposedly explain them. Gilfie feels somehow deep in her gizzard that the flex might help us escape. Don't depend on such things, Grimble said sharply. Your own belief in yourself will help you much more than any fleck ever will. And so it was arranged. Gilfie and Soren would be given passes to help in the inventory area, the inventorium. Each night during the viewing and on various nights until the moon was full again and all owlets were required in the Glossidium for moon blinking. Their first lesson will begin that very evening. Let me get a drink and start chapter 21. Welcome back, Sage. Bye, Sage. Okay. You are absolutely fine, Al. I understand that little chitling came to the door. You and that tail. Go in there to Mama. Stop. Go to Mama. All right. We haven't got much more left of the book. We'll just finish it. Brian Clancy. Who was that? Thank you for the likes, though, Owl. All right. Chapter 21. To fly. More flap. Deeper flap. Your wings must almost meet on the upstroke of the flap, Grimble directed. Soren and Gilfie were exhausted. This was much harder than either of them had ever seen their parents or older siblings try to do. I know you're tired, but the only way out of here is straight up. You have to build your muscles. That's why I'm not even having you practicing hopping or branching. You do not have the luxury of gliding gently down from a nest. You have to develop your power flight skills, so try it again. Understand that. But once we're out, Soren asked, how will we know what to do? You'll know. What did I tell you? The still air has no shape. In the sky, if you feel the mass of air as it moves around your wings, you will sense its speed. If it's bumpy, or if it's smooth. If it's hot, or if it's cold. You will know how to shape it, and how to use it. Wind always has a shape. But there is no wind in St. Agnes. It's too deep for the wind to reach. And in these small spaces, it is hard to even feel the air. It is dead, unmoving air in here. So you must work extra hard to give it shape with your power strokes, your flapping, your downstroke. It's your most powerful. On your upstroke, you want air to flow through easily. That's why both of you have those feathers with slots, tip slots, at the end of your wings. They separate and let you go up easily. Grimble demonstrated. He pressed forward just a bit, extended his head, and lifted his wings. And that was it. He was suddenly airborne, twice Soren's size or more, yet Grimble seemed to float up effortlessly. Would they ever learn? Had they even improved? Grimble almost seemed to read their minds. This is just your third lesson. You've grown stronger. I can see that, but you must believe it. And then, by their fourth lesson, it did seem easier, and that was the first time they began to perhaps feel the belief in their gizzards. They could feel the air parting above them. They had each flown higher in the deep stone box of the inventorium than they had ever before. They tried to imagine bursting out of it and into the welcoming blackness of the moonless night. They could begin to sense the contours of the bubble of air that formed beneath each wing and buoyed them up into the darkness. The newing would last for another 2 nights, and then their learning lessons would begin to dwindle as the moon swelled, and for they would be required to stay in the glossidium for longer and longer exposures to the light for moon blinking. Finally, after the moon had grown fat and full, the first phase of the dwinkenings began. They would leave. They must leave at that time, for the vampire bats would be returning. It would be their time as fully fledged owls to submit to the bats, and then there would be no hope of escape. Although they had not been in the library, they would go there on the night of their escape, for indeed it was located higher and closer to the sky than any other region aside from the hatchery. Grimble planned to tell the library guard on duty for that night that he would relieve him for a few minutes, as a disturbance had been reported in the Palatorium, in the very area that this guard supervised during the day. Grimble promised them that flying would seem easy after all their practice in the deep hole of the inventorium. They were just curious about the library. Grimble had tried to explain what it looked like and how the books and the feathers and the teeth, the bones, the flecks, and all the bits that they picked out of the pellets during the day were arranged and stored. It was also in the library that some of the best battle claws were kept. Gylfie and Soren were very curious about them. They don't make them here, do they? Gylfie asked. No, they don't know how. Oh, how they wish they did. I hear Sporn and Skinch talking about all the time. It requires a deep knowledge of metals. They steal them. They go on raids to various kingdoms where owl chiefs keep fighting owls. They go into fields after battles and collect them from dead warriors. But they don't know how to make them. You see, you think these owls are smart here at St. Angelo. But Skinch and Sporn are so frightened of any owl being smarter than they are. Well, that is why they moonblink everyone. No one else really knows how to read here. No questions are allowed. So how can anything be learned, be invented? It's impossible. They've been trying to figure out Flex for years, but I doubt they ever will. They never let anyone else study them and maybe find something out. Why, look at you, Gylfie. You, just through wondering and having feelings in your gizzard about Flex. Probably know almost as much as they do because you're curious. But enough talk. Come on, you two, time to practice. I want you each to go for that highest clink in the stone. Soren, you get 5 wing beats to do it. Gylfie, you're smaller. I'll give you 8. You have to be kidding, Soren gasped. I am not kidding. You're first, Soren. Make every downstroke count. If you believe, you won't ever go yeet. Soren closed his eyes as he stood on a low stone perch that jutted from the wall. He lifted his wings and then with all his might powered down. I can do this. I can do this. He felt his body lift. He felt the air gather under his wings on the next upstroke. It was a big cushion of air. Good, whispered Grimble. Again, more powerful. Soren was halfway up the wall to the chink and had used only 2 downstrokes. I can do it. I can do it. I feel the air. I feel the force of my strokes. I am going up. I shall fly. Next chapter, 22. Owl, thank you for being a lovely moderator. I do appreciate it. All right, chapter 22. Tonight, Grimble, you must be yokes. It's not anywhere near the dwinkening. It's too soon. You are ready, Soren. I gave you 5 strokes to get to the chink in the inventorium. You got there in 4. Gylfie, I gave you 8. You got there in 7. Tonight's the night. Why? They both said at once. Gimble sighed. He was going to miss these two. He might miss their questions most of all. It felt luxurious to be able to ask and answer questions. He had once thought the sweetest taste in the world was that of a freshly killed vole, but now he knew differently. The sweetest thing was a question on the tongue. A world beginning with wonderful rush of air. That's that W's made. Oh, how he would miss these 2 young owls. Wings that Wings made. They were lovely to look at. 2, in their coats of newly fledged feathers, untouched by vampire bats. The thermals are coming this evening. That's why you must go. Thermals? What are thermals? Warm drafts of air. They arrived earlier than usual. They'll make flying very easy for you once you get out of here. You should meet up with them within a short distance from here. You'll be able to soar. We don't know how to soar. All we know is how to flap. Don't worry. You'll know exactly what to do when you meet the thermals. The shape of the wind will tell you. Who is on guard tonight? It's Jat. Jat? That's terrible. How will you get him to go to the Pelotorium? I'll think of something. Don't worry. I'll get him out of there. I've already got you a pass for tonight, between the 3rd and 4th sleep march. The 3rd sleep march had just finished. Soren and Gylfie sawed out the sleep correction monitor in their area and showed them their passes. He blinked and told them to take off. They made their way silently through the stone corridors of St. Agnes, alone with their thoughts. Yet, those thoughts were the same, for they were deep in concentration, as they tried so hard as hard as they ever had to believe in their own ability to fly. They tried not to let themselves be distracted by the fact that the sum total of their flight experience had covered only a very small range of the usual maneuvers a young and newly fledged owl practices. They had no knowledge of gliding, soaring, or hovering. Words, 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 Grimble would mutter if they ever brought up these notions that they had heard their parents discussing with other siblings. It was Gilpy who mostly asked such questions, and Grimble would always admonish her. You're thinking too much. You don't need to know anything about hovering and soaring. All you need to know is rapid takeoff, straight up, thrust, power flapping. He poked his head forward as he said each word, and fixed Soren and Gilpy in the fierce, uncompromising glare of his yellow eyes. That's it. That is all you need to get out of here. So that is what Soren and Gilpy thought of. It filled their minds. The power downstroke. The bunching together of the slots on the leading edge of their primaries. The upstroke. The spacing of those frame feathers so that air could pass through with no drag. They had become very muscular from all their practice. They were probably the most muscular young owls in the entire Academy of St. Agnes. This alone would make them believe. Had there ever been an elf owl as young as Gilpy who could power flap so strongly? They arrived at last at the inventorium. Grimble could immediately tell that both owls were concentrating fiercely. This was good. Now he just hoped that his ruse to get Chat out of there would work. Luckily, Grimble was detected that things were not perfect between the two brothers, Jut and Jat. Perhaps it was jealousy. It seemed as if Skinch was paying more attention to Jut than his brother, particularly on battle flights. There was always a bit of contention after a battle as to the dividing up of the battle claws left on the field from the defeated owls. Skinch and Sporn got first choice, and then they returned to St. Agnes. The rest of the claws were sorted and handed out accordingly. They were handed out accordingly to rank or battle performance. There was an elderly owl, Tumak, who was the director of the main battle claws repository. But now Grimble was going to tell a bold lie that he hoped would get Jat out of the library. He began talking quite loudly. Soren and Gilpy couldn't imagine what he was doing, for he seemed to be speaking not to them, but to some invisible owl. You don't say, my word. Trouble in the claw repository. Oh, Jat's not going to like that at all. I think I better tell him. By the time Grimble, and it was only a matter of seconds, got to the guardhouse of the library, Jat's feathers were puffed and quivered with agitation. He seemed twice his size and was in obvious pain. If any creature could have swollen with questions, it was Jat. And that, of course, was Grimble's advantage, that he planned to work to the fullest. Don't worry, Jat. I shall tell you everything, at least all that I know. Now calm yourself. I had heard Jut talking with Sporn earlier, regarding those new battle claws, and how he felt Tumak was not handling them correctly. Sporn had said that she would take it up with Skinch. Oh no, Jat gasped. Jut's been wanting to be in the director of repository forever, and we all know what that means. He'll be the most powerful owl around here next to Skinch and Sporn. Well, it is my understanding that they are allowing Tumont and Jut to fight it out. There's a duel about to begin, and Jut has his forces assembled. Go get your troops. Quick. There's still time, Jat. I'll stand guard. Thank you, Grimble. Thank you. And don't worry. When I am head of the repository, you shall get first choice for your battle claws. Oh, I'm not worried, Jat. Now just go while there's still time. As soon as Jat turned the corner and disappeared down the long stone crack, Grimble called to Soren and Gilpy. Come on, you two. There's not a minute to waste. The two owlets raced into the library. They gasped while they entered the room. It was not the books they noticed, or the small array of polished battle claws hanging off the wall. It was the sky, black, chinked with stars. Stars that seemed so close that an owl could have reached out with a talon and plucked one. Memories rushed back. Memories of sky and breezes. Yes, indeed, they did feel a wind, even here. Only, they were so close. Yes, they believed. Yes, they could do this. And then, just as Soren and Gilpy swung their wings up into the first stroke, Skinch burst in. She was ferociously looking in full war regalia. Immense battle claws made her talons twice their size. The metallic needle extended from the tip of her beak and glimmered in the slice of a new moon that hung like a blade over the library. Flap, screeched Grimble. Flap, you will do it. You will do it. Believe. Power stroke. Power. 2 wing beats and you're up. The two little owls seemed frozen in their fear. Their wings hung like stones to their sides. They were doomed. Soren and Gilpy watched transfixed as Skinch advanced towards them. And then something very peculiar happened. Skinch, moved by a power unseen, suddenly slammed into the wall, and the wall that had notches that Grimble had described in which the flecks were stored. Go! This is your chance, Grimble shouted. And indeed it was. Skinch had seemed to have been immobilized, paralyzed. Soren and Gilpy had begun to pump their wings. They felt themselves rise. You can do it. Believe. Feel it in your gizzard. You are a creature of flight. Fly, my children. Fly. And then there was a terrible shriek, and the night was splattered with blood. Don't look back. Don't look back, Soren. Believe. But this time it was not Grimble calling. It was Gilpy. Just as they reached the stone rim, they felt a curl of warm air. It was as if vast and gentle wings had reached out of the night and swept them up into the sky. They did not look back. They did not see the torn owl on the library floor. They did not hear Grimble as he lay dying, chant in the true voice of a boreal owl, in tones like chimes in the night, an ancient owl prayer. I have redeemed myself by giving belief to the wings of the young. Blessed are those who believe, for indeed they shall fly. Welcome in, Kit Kat. Chapter 23, Flying Free. In the dark soul of that night, Soren and Gilpy only saw the stars and the moon in the silvery path into the infinite blackness of the new heaven through which they willed in flight. So once more the world spiraled, but this time there was a difference. It was Soren who was carrying these spirals and loops. With his wings he scooped air, shaped it. There was not the desperate need for flapping and pumping. Instinctively he stilled his wings and rode the thermal updrafts. Rising higher without stirring a feather, he looked down at Gylfie, who was a few feet below him, catching the lower layer of the same updraft. Grimble was right. They knew exactly what to do. Instinct and belief flowed through the hollow bones of the two owls as they flew into the night. It seemed that after being locked in the still air of those windless canyons and ravines of St. Angie's, the two owls were encountering every kind of wind and draft imaginable. Soren had not long known how long he had. Soren had not flown when he heard Gylfie call out, "Hey Soren, any idea how we land?" Land? Landing had been the furthest thing from Soren's mind. He felt as if he could fly forever, but he supposed that the little elf might be getting tired. For every one stroke of Soren's wings, Gylfie had to make 3. No idea, Gylfie. But maybe we should look for a nice treetop, and then, well, I'm sure we'll figure it out. And they did, tipping slightly downward at a gentle angle. They began a long glide towards a cluster of trees. Once more, instinct took over as both owls, in their descent, began to inscribe tighter and tighter circles around the trees below. Each owl angled its wings slightly to increase the drag, and then, as they approached the tree, they extended their talons. "I did it," Soren gasped as he lighted down on a branch. "Hey!" screeched Gylfie. "Gylfie, where are you? What's wrong?" "Well, except for being upside down, I think I'm fine." "Great glocks!" Soren exclaimed as he saw the little elf owl hanging by her talons with her head pointed toward the ground. "How did that happen?" "Well, if I knew how, it wouldn't have happened." "Oh dear, what are you going to do?" "Well, I'm going to think about it." "Can you do that hanging upside down?" "Well, of course I can. What do you think? My brains are going to fall out of my head?" "Really, Soren?" Gylfie looked a bit ridiculous hanging upside down, but Soren certainly wasn't going to say anything. He wished he could be of more help. "If I were you," gap, a voice from another branch higher up in the tree. "Who's that?" Soren was suddenly frightened. "What does it matter who I am? Been in the same spot as your friend there once or twice myself." Soren felt the branch he was perched on shake. The most enormous owl he had ever alighted, then swaggered out toward the end. The owl, a silvery gray owl, seemed to simply melt out of the moonlight. But he towered over Soren. His head alone, with his enormous facial disc, was almost twice the size of Gylfie. It was very difficult for Soren to imagine that this huge owl had ever been in the same situation as Gylfie. "Here's what you have to do," he called down to Gylfie in a deep voice. "You have to let go. Just let go. Then quickly flap your wings up and upstroke. Hold it for a count of 3. You'll come out right side up and then just glide down. Let me demonstrate. But you're so big, and Gilfy's so small. I am big, right you are, but I am delicate and beautiful. I can float, I can skim. The enormous owl had lifted off the branch and was flying through the air, performing every imaginable flourish of flight, plunges, twists, swoops, and loops. He began hooting a song. Flutter like a hummingbird, dips like an eagle. Ain't no bird that is my equal. Good glocks, what a show-off. Hey, when you got it, you flaunt it. When you don't, you usually don't know it. The huge owl lit down, obviously pleased with his wit and flying. All right, Gilfy said. Letting go is the hardest part, but you've got to believe it will work. Belief again, thought Soren. That seemed to be the word that stuck with Gilfy as well, because in just that instant, Gilfy let go. There was a little blur in the night, like a small leaf caught in a sudden gust, and then Gilfy was flying right side up. Beautiful, exclaimed Soren. In another second, Gilfy had aligned on the branch next to Soren. See? Nothing to it, and said the huge silvery owl. Of course, I didn't have anyone to coach me. Had to figure it out on my own. Soren studied the big owl. He seemed young despite his size. He didn't want to be rude, but he was genuinely curious about this owl. Are you from these parts? Soren asked. Here, there, everywhere. You name it, I've been there. Had a rough manner of speaking that was slightly intimidating. Gilfy hopped out towards the end of the branch. I want to thank you for your kindness in advising me on my predicament. Soren blinked. She had never heard Gilfy speak this way. She sounded so much older than she was, and extremely courteous. We don't mean to be rude, but we have never seen an owl of your size. May we be so bold as to inquire about your species? Species, Soren thought. Where in the name of Glocks did Gilfy come up with these words? Species? What in the Glocks is that? Very fancy word for a great gray owl like myself. Oh, so you are a great gray. I've heard of them, though there are none in Kunir. Ah, Kunir. Been there. No, not a good place for great grays. As a matter of fact, I can't really tell you where I'm from. See, I was orphaned at a very young age, plucked by a St. Aggie's patrol, but managed to drop right onto an abandoned nest. You escaped from St. Aggie's patrol? You bet. There was no way those idiots were going to take me. Not alive. I bided my time, and then bit my snatcher's second talon clean off. He dropped me like a hot coal. They never messed with me again. Word went out. I suppose he swaggered a bit, then strutted toward the end of the branch. Now even Gilfy was speechless. Finally Soren spoke. We were snatched as well, only now escaped. I, myself, am from the kingdom of Tydo, and both Gilfy and I want to find our families again. But we have no idea where we are right now. I mean, that is why I asked who you were. I've never seen your kind in Tydo. But here we are, perched in a Gahul tree, which are also Tydo trees. Not necessarily. Gahul trees follow the River Hul, and the River Hul runs through many kingdoms. Not Kunir. No, there's not a drop of water in Kunir, let alone a river. Oh, there's water, if you know where to look. Soren could tell right away that this owl was not pleased when someone knew something that he might not. So are we in Tyto or not? You're on a border here between Tyto and the kingdom of Umballa. Umballa? Soren and Gylfi both gasped, Hortense. To my way of thinking, it's a second-rate kingdom. Second-rate? Not if you knew Hortense, Soren said. Who in the name of Glocks is Hortense? Was. A very fine owl, Soren spoke in a tight voice. A very fine owl indeed. The owl blinked in wonder at these young owls. They seemed to know nothing, and yet he let the thought trail off. Certainly their survival skills must be pretty good if they got out of St. Agnes. Still, there was no education like the one he had received. The education of an orphan. The orphan school of tough learning. He had to learn it all himself. How to fly, where to hunt, what creatures to stalk, and which to avoid at all costs. No, nothing can compare to figuring out on one's own the hard rules and schemes of a forest world. A world with uncountable riches and endless perils. It took a tough owl to figure it all out. And that was exactly how Twilight thought of himself. Tough. Gylfi seemed to have recovered. Well, permit us to introduce ourselves. I am Gylfi, Elf Owl, more formally known as Micarathene Whitney, common to their desert regions. Migratory, cavity nester. I know. Sometimes spent in a hollowed out cactus with some of you fellows. Hunting skills? How should I put it? Well, if all you eat is snake, let's just say desert smarts are different from forest smarts. We eat more than snake. My goodness, we eat voles and mice, but not rats. They're a bit large for us. Well, never mind. The big owl turned and blinked at Soren. So what's your story, kid? Soren had the feeling that he should be briefer than Gylfi and not go into so much detail. Soren of Tyto, barn owl. Soren sensed that going into the rareness of their breed, Tyto alba, would not interest this owl. As a matter of fact, not much impressed this owl. Lived in an old fir tree with my parents until his voice dwindled off. Until that horrible day. The big owl blinked and tapped Soren lightly on his beak in a gentle preening gesture. This small movement, more than anything, surprised Soren and Gylfi. The two owls had not seen nor felt the soothing preening gestures since they had fallen from their nests. But preening had been a large part of their lives. Gently prinking with their beaks, their parents would pick out the bits and plump up the feathers of their mates and their children as well, or whatever patchy down a baby owl might have sprouted. It was so soothing and lovely. Preening and being preened by one's family and closest of kin and friends was the essence of being a true owl. Soren was overcome by the kindness of this gesture. Big Owl turned to Gylfi and spoke. You too, little one with the big words, come over here. Bet it's been a while since anyone prinked your down. And so Gilfy hopped over closer to the owl, and while he preened one, and then the other in turn, the great gray began to tell some of his story. My name is Twilight. I don't know how I got the name. It's just my name. It fits you, Soren said softly. But you are all silvery and gray. Yes, not black or white. It fits. And blast my gizzard if I didn't hatch on the edges of time. For that is one of my first memories. Twilight. That silvery border of time between day and night. Most owls have pride in their night vision. We see things that other birds cannot see from high up in the pitch of the night. A mouse, a vole, a tiny squirrel scuttling through the forest. I can see all that too, but I can also see it harder time. Twilight. When the boundaries become dim and the shapes begin to melt away, I live on the edges, and I like it. What are you doing here near the edge of Tyto? I have heard that there is a place that's the best to find if it's by following the river Hool. This stream that flows beneath this Ga'Hoole tree. I figure must flow into the river Hool. Or else, why would Ga'Hoole tree grow here? Soren and Gilfy both nodded. This seemed to them to be a sensible conclusion. And this place, Gilfy asked, on the edge of something. Exactly, it is. I think more like in the middle of something. But I'm interested. Middle of what? The river Hool flows into a large lake. Some call it a sea, Hoolamere. And in the middle of it, there is an island. And on the island is a tree, a great tree. It's called the Great Ga'Hoole tree. It is the greatest of all the Ga'Hoole trees on all the earth. The most enormous tree that ever grew, some say, and it is the center of the kingdom called Ga'Hoole. Soren felt his breath catch in his throat. His eyes widened, and he felt Gilfy grow still. You mean it's real? It's not just a legend, Gilfy said, her voice soft with wonder. Well, I believe in legends, Twilight said. And for the first time, all the boastfulness left his voice. And what is there in this great tree that grows on an island in the middle of a sea called Hoolamere? Asked Soren. A band of owls, very strong, very brave. Twilight seemed to swell up even bigger before their eyes as he spoke, and Soren continued. Do these owls rise each night into the blackness and perform noble deeds? These words of his father's flowed through him, and speak no words but true ones, and their purpose is to right all wrongs, to make strong the weak, mend the broken, vanquish the proud, and make powerless those who abuse the frail. And with hearts sublime, they do take flight. Is this the place of which you speak? Indeed it is, Twilight replied. All of these owls work and fight together for the good of all kingdoms. Do you really believe this place exists? Soren asked. Do you believe you can fly? Soren and Gilfy both blinked. What a strange answer. It was not an answer at all. It was a question. How far had they came from St. Angelo's? Next chapter. Chapter 24. Empty Hollows. I need a drink. Give me a moment. Alright. Chapter 24. Empty Hollows. You two are going to have to learn how to hunt. Whatever did they feed you in that place? Twilight asked. Soren and Gylfie's beaks were bloody from tearing at the tender flesh of a vole that Twilight had brought. They had never tasted anything so good. There was an acorn fragrance to this bowl, mixed with withered berries that had dropped from a Gahulian tree in which they still perched. Finally, Gylfie answered, "Mostly crickets, unless you worked in the hatchery." "That's all?" "Crickets, day in, day out, every meal." Batty Leo, thank you for the likes. Soren and Gylfie shook their heads, not wanting to miss a bite. Twilight realized that it would be useless to talk to these two half-starved owls until they were well fed. So when Soren and Gylfie had finished with the vole, he fixed them in a hard glare of his yellow eyes. "So I want to know, are you two interested in finding the great Gahulian tree?" Soren and Gylfie exchanged nervous glances. "Well, yes," said Soren. "And no," said Gylfie. "Well, which is it? Yes or no?" "Both," Gylfie said. "Soren and I talked about it when you were off hunting. We would like to go there, of course. But first you want to see if your families are still there." "Yes." Both owls had answered meekly. They knew that for Twilight, who had been an orphan almost from the moment he had been hatched, it must be hard to understand. He had no memories of a nest or family. He had flitted from one place to another, one kingdom to another. He had even lived with creatures not of his own kind. There was a family of woodpeckers in Ambala that had taken him in, an elderly eagle in Tydo, and most extraordinarily of all, a family of desert foxes in Kunir, which was why Twilight never ever hunted fox. To eat a fox was unthinkable to Twilight. "All right, from what you tell me, we would not have to go far out of the way. Our main route follows the river, and Soren, you said your family lived within the sight of river. And well, Gylfie, I know Kunir very well. I think from what you've told me, your family must have lived by the Big Gulch." Yes, we did." "That gulch is a dry riverbed that was made by the River Hull long ago. So we don't have to go that far, off our route." "Oh, and we promise we'll learn how to hunt. We really will." "Is hunting like flying?" Gylfie offered tentatively. "Finding the great Gahul tree, one must believe." "Oh, for Glock's sake, it's only food," Twilight said with mild disdain. The three owls left at first black. It had turned quiet cold, no thermals to write, and both Soren and Gylfie realized how lucky they had been, or rather how smart Grimble had been, to insist on their leaving at the time of the unseasonable drafts of warm air. It was a lot easier flying on those rising thermals. There were none on this bright winter night, but still it was lovely to be free, and the world below, keen with frost, sparkled fiercely. Oh, how Soren wished his parents could see him flying. He flapped his wings, increased his forward thrust, and sailed higher and higher into the sky. The great yonder, as Miss Plithifer called the sky, Dear Miss P, he missed her too. Oh, he could tell her about the yonder now. He could tell that dear old blind snake all about the yonder himself. By the next day it had begun to snow very hard. At times the snow was a blinding fury. Soren's transparent eyelids swept back and forth almost constantly to clear off the snowy crystals. Sometimes the snow was so thick that the sky and earth below seemed to blend into a mass of grayness. There were no edges. The horizon had melted into nothingness, and it was through this blurry world that Twilight navigated with unbelievable skill and grace. They followed him closely. Soren was on Soren on his upwind or weather wing, and Gylfie on the other side in the lee of Twilight's downward wind. You see, you two, the world is not always black and white. What did I tell you? Taran spoke as he expertly guided them through the thickening snow flurries. How do you do it? Soren asked. I learned the hard edges of things in the daylight and the night. But then I learned how this is not the only way of seeing. That in fact, other things might be hidden when it seems the clearest. So I unlearned some things. How do you unlearn something? You decide not to trust only in what you see. You look for a new way and clear your mind of the old way. You try to fill new things in your gizzard. Sounds hard, Gylfie said. Oh, it is. All right, enough talk. Prepare to glide. Prepare to glide. Remember, Gylfie, what I told you about sticking out your talons. We don't want you upside down again. Yes, Twilight, I'll remember. Talon extension is vitally important. Little owl, big words, Twilight muttered to himself. Well, welcome back, Owl. No more yeeting yourself. Well, maybe I was wrong. Maybe it wasn't so close to the river. Maybe it wasn't a fir tree after all. Twilight and Gylfie looked at each other. This was the third tree they had visited. There was not a sign of an owl family living in any of the trees. But in the two of the three, the last one included, there were hollows, definite signs of owls having nested in them. You know, my memory isn't really perfect, Soren said weakly. I could have... Gylfie interrupted. Soren, I think they've gone. Soren turned on the little elf owl. How can you say that, Gylfie? How can you ever think that? Soren was trembling with rage. You don't know them. I know my family. My parents wouldn't have left, ever. They didn't leave you, Soren, Gylfie said in a very small voice. They thought you were gone forever. Snatched. No. They would believe. They would believe like the way they were taught to believe in flying. They would believe and my mother would never agree to leave this place. She would always have hope that I would come back. And it was when Soren said the word hope that something deep inside him collapsed. It almost felt as if his gizzard was shriveling up. He began to weep when the unthinkable notion of his parents giving up hope for him. Shudders racked his entire body. His feathers, stiff with frost, quivered. Then Twilight spoke. Soren, they're gone. Maybe something happened to them. You shouldn't take it personally. Back up now, old buddy. Personally, what do you know, Twilight? That is personal about any family. You've never had a family, remember? You're always telling us about how much you learned on your own in an orphan school of tough learning. You don't know the feel of a mother's down. You don't know what it's like to hear stories from a father or to hear him sing. Do you know what a psalm is, Twilight? I bet you don't. Well, we barn owls know about psalms and books and the feeling of down. Twilight's feathers had ruffled up, spiky with ice crystals. He looked fearsome. I'll tell you what I know, you miserable little owl. The whole world is my family. I know the softness of a fox's fur and the strange green light that comes into their eyes during the spring moons. I know how to fish because I learned from an eagle. And when meat is scarce, I know how to find the ripest part of a rotten tree and peck the juiciest bugs from it. I know plenty. Stop fighting, Gilfy screamed. Soren, you're broken. You're sad. I will be the same way. Soren looked up, startled. What do you mean, will be? Soren, what do you think the chances are of my family being found? She didn't wait for Soren to answer the question. I'll tell you, none. Why? Soren said. Even Twilight seemed surprised. We were snatched, Soren. Do you think any owl parents would stay in the same place? Those St. Aggies patrol know where to find owls. They would come back. They would look for young owl chicks. Any family with any sense would move on. They wouldn't want to lose all their chicks, and I think I know where mine would go. Where? Soren asked. To the great Ga'Hoole tree, Gilfy spoke quietly. Why? You're not even sure it's a real place. What did you call it? Tells of Yore? Yes, Tells of Yore. Why, in the name of Glocks, would your family take off for a your place? Not proven, not real. Because maybe they were desperate, Gilfy said. That's no reason. Then Gilfy answered in a stronger voice. Because they felt it in their gizzards. How do you feel a legend in your gizzard? You're talking rack drops, Gilfy. It made Soren feel good to use a bad word, but at the same time, he felt he was betraying his own father. For hadn't his father said that one began to feel a legend in one's gizzard, and over time, it could become true in one's heart? Rack drops, he repeated. Complete nonsense. Gilfy, and you know it. As angry as Soren was, what he had just uttered made him feel even worse. Since when has anything made sense? Does St. Aggies make sense? Does Skeench and Sporn make sense? Grimble made sense, Soren said with barely a whisper. Yes, Gilfy replied, and reached out with the tip of her wings to touch Soren. Twilight had remained quiet. He finally spoke. I am going to search for the great Ga'Hoole tree. You two are welcome to join me. Gilfy, it's not far out of our way to go by the desert of Kunir. Even though I think you're right about your parents. Maybe for your own peace of mind, You should make sure. We can start for there tonight. Yes, Twilight, I suppose you are right. You'll never be at peace if you don't know for sure, Twilight added. At peace, Soren thought. Am I at peace now? And it was a tiny sliver of ice that had burrowed into his gizzard. For Soren knew only one thing for sure, which was that the two owls who had loved him most in this world were gone. Gone far away, and he was far from feeling peaceful. They would sleep for the rest of the day and begin their desert flight at night. Nights are best for desert flights, Twilight said, especially in the time of the awakening. Soren was too tired to ask why, too tired to hear some long explanation of Twilight's. Twilight seemed to know an awful lot and liked talking about it, always weaving in some story of narrow escape or something that pointed up his extreme cleverness. But Soren was simply too tired to listen this morning. Good light, he said in a small voice. Good light, Soren, Gylfi said. Good light, Soren and Gylfi, Twilight said. Good night, Twilight, Soren and Gylfi both said together. Soren was soon asleep in the hollow. It felt good to sleep in a hollow, even if it was an empty one. With his head tucked under his wing in a normal sleeping position, then a voice, a familiar voice, that pierced his sleep. He felt himself frozen and unable to move. It was as if he had gone yeet. His legs were locked. Was he dreaming? Was he sleeping? It was Grimble's voice. They were back in the library of St. Agnes. Soren was madly pumping his wings. Go, this is your chance, the voice cried. And then a terrible shriek. Don't look back, don't look back. But they did. Wake up, wake up. You two are both having terrible dreams. Wake up! It was Twilight shaking them. Soren and Gylfi awoke together with the same terrible image of a torn owl, bleeding and mortally wounded. It's Grimble, Gylfi said. He's dead. I know. We both dreamed the same dream, but Gylfi, it was just a dream. Grimble may in fact be fine. No, Gylfi said slowly. No. I tried not to look, but I caught a glimpse. The torn wings, his head at a weird angle. Gylfi's voice dwindled into the first gray of the coming night. Why didn't you say anything? Because, she hesitated. It sounded so stupid, but it was the truth. Because I was flying and just felt that first soft cushion of air beneath my wings. I was about to soar and forget everything. I was just wings. Soren understood. It was not stupid. It was just the way they were. And the moment Grimble had died, they had became what they were always intended to be. Their destiny had been re-entered. Flight was theirs. Well, buck up, you two, Twilight said gruffly. I want to leave at first black. That will be in minutes. So it should be a perfect night for flying to Kunir. Let me tell you, there's nothing, simply nothing, like desert flying. And you two can get in some hunting practice. Nice juicy snakes they have in Kunir. I don't eat snakes, Soren said tersely. Oh, rack drops, Twilight muttered under his breath. This owl was finicky. He mustered all the patience he could. You don't eat snakes? Kindly explain. Well, said Gilpy, you don't eat foxes. Twilight blinked. It's an entirely different situation. Few owls do eat foxes anyway. But snakes. Snakes are a basic owl food. Look, I can't handle this kind of stuff. Are you stark raving yokes? You don't eat snakes. When I was your age, I ate anything. Anything to keep me alive and flying. What do you mean you do not eat snakes? What owl doesn't? She doesn't, Gilpy said calmly. It's a family thing. They had an old nest maid who was a snake, a kind of nursemaid, as well for the young ones, so it's out of respect for her, Miss Plithifer. Soren was touched that Gilpy remembered Miss Plithifer's name. As much as I would love to see Miss Plithifer, I surely hope she does not hear our conversation, Soren added. Twilight blinked and shook his head as in an exaggerated manner, muttered something about coddled owls and the orphan school of tough learning. Nest maids, nursemaids. His head seemed to spin around entirely on his neck as he walked out to the end of the branch, muttering to himself, Unbelievable, my sweet gizzard. Next thing they'll be telling me that they had another owl to do the family flying for them and hunt as well. I tell you, I wouldn't give a pile of rack drops for such a life. Let me get a drink, and then I will start chapter 25. Yes, Owl, unfortunately, Grimble is dead. I love you both, including Bree, that I know is fast asleep right now. He did end up being a great guy, but the next couple of books they really play on Grimble, so it's not the last time you've heard of him. Chapter 25, Mrs. P. They were on a border of scrub between the forest they had left behind and the desert that glimmered ahead in the distance. Twilight said they should take a rest, and Soren, still irritated with Twilight's muttering about his and Gilpy's coddled upbringing, was determined now to prove himself as a hunter. So while Twilight and Gilpy tucked their heads under their wings for a quick nap, Soren flew off to find a vole, or a mouse, or perhaps even a rat. It was not, however, the heartbeat of a mouse that Soren heard, for it was much too slow. But it was a heartbeat, and between the two beats he did hear something else as well. A soft whispering sound full of strange agony. Very few creatures have ever heard a snake weep. There are no tears, but they weep nonetheless. And that is how Soren found Miss Plithifer. He slided on an old moss-covered stump. There, nestled at the bottom of the stump, were two roots poked up. He saw a pale coil glimmering in the light of the nearly full moon. He tipped his head over the edge. Mrs. P? A tiny head lifted up of the coiled body. There were two dents where eyes might have been. Mrs. P. Mercy, it can't be. Mrs. P, it's me, Soren. Of course it is. Dear boy, even an old blind snake like me would know that. This was incredible. She recognized him. All his worst waking dreams vanished. Mrs. P uncoiled and began to crawl up the stump. Oh, it was a joyous reunion. They touched each other's faces gently, and had Mrs. P possessed eyes, they would have shed tears of joy. But she instead insisted on slipping and slithering, and slinking her way across and over and under Soren's wings. Be patient, dear. I want to get a sense of your plumage. Oh, my. You have fledged out beautifully. I bet you fly magnificently. But Mrs. P, where are Mom and Dad and Eglantine and Clud? Don't mention that owl's name. My brother? Yes, dear. He's the one who shoved you from the nest. I knew he was no good from the minute he hatched. But you couldn't see him shove me. How did you know? I sensed it. We blind snakes can sense a lot. I knew you weren't on the rim of the hollow. I would have to be right on the rim to really fall out. You were just looking over the edge. You see, when he shoved you, I had been taking a snooze very close to Clud's talons. I felt him stir. I felt the talons raise up and, well, sort of lurch. And then, of course, he did want me to go get help. No, he tried to stop me. Blocked up my exit hole, but I found another all the same. Still, by the time I got back, you had been snatched. Soren closed his eyes and remembered. It all came back. The awful moment. You're right. You're absolutely right. I was shoved. Yes, and I sensed he might do the same to Eglantine. Your parents came back, of course. They were devastated to find you gone. They gave Clud strict instructions to mind Eglantine the next time they were hunting. But I knew what was coming. I was frantic. When they went on another hunting expedition, I thought I'd have to get help. My friend Hilda worked for some grass owls in a tree in another part of the forest. They're a lovely family. I thought maybe they would give me some help, so I sneaked off when Clud was asleep. Sound asleep, I thought. Well, do you know that by the time I came back, Eglantine was gone as well? Gone? Where? What did he say? Oh, it makes me tremble to even think of it. He said, you breathe a word of this, P, and you'll get what's coming to you. Well, I couldn't imagine what he thought that was. So I said, young fellow, that is no way to talk to your elders, even though I am a servant. And then, oh, this is the hardest, he screeched. You know, P, I've suddenly developed a taste for snake, and he swooped down on me. Oh, good gloss. Oh, don't swear, dear boy. It doesn't become one of your situations. Miss P, what did you do? I went down a hole. I waited as long as I could for your parents to return, but I didn't hear anything except awful Clud. Well, there was a back way out of this hole, and I think if I wanted to survive, I'd better leave. Imagine, I couldn't even given notice to your parents. After all these years, not even given notice. It's really not a proper way to depart. I don't think you had much choice, Miss P. No, I suppose I didn't. Come with me. I've made some friends. We're on our way to Hulamir. Hulamir? There was a hiss of excitement in Miss Clifford's small voice. You've heard of it, and the great Gahul tree. Oh yes, my dear. It's just this side. It's just on this side of yonder. Soren blinked. He felt a wonderful quiver in his gizzard. She is not for dinner. Soren glared at Twilight. He had just lit down on the branch that led into the hollow. Miss Plithifer was nestled in the feathers just behind his head and between his shoulders. I want to make that perfectly clear, Twilight. This is my dear friend, Miss Plithifer. Miss Plithifer. Gilfy hopped forward on a branch. The Mrs. Plithifer? I am honored. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Gilfy. Oh, a little elf owl, I believe. Miss Plithifer coiled up and raised her head in a greeting. It wavered slightly above Gilfy's head, and she could sense her diminutive size. I am enchanted. Oh my goodness, you're almost as small as me. Miss Plithifer giggled a little bit. Laughter in snakes has a slight hiccupy sound. And this is Twilight, Soren said. Charmed, Miss Plithifer said. Likewise, replied Twilight. Not used to servants, ma'am. Grew up on my own, more or less. Orphan school of tough learning, not as polished as these two. Oh, good manners cannot really be learned, young'un. They're bred. Twilight looked confused and stepped back a bit. Miss P, don't worry, Soren said. I have explained to everyone how I come from a non-snake-eating family, and I expect this rule to be followed. Twilight and Gilfy nodded solemnly. Oh, good. I am sure we shall get along fine. Mrs. P wants to go with us. She can ride between my shoulders. I don't know what I'll do for reference, of course. If I can find another position, Mrs. P worried. What about me? Soren said. Well, yes, I suppose. They'll take the word of a youngster, even though I was actually with your family for much longer than you were. Alas, she sighed deeply. Don't go getting emotional on us, ma'am. We've got flying to do. Twilight spoke firmly but not unkindly. Of course, I'm sorry. Mrs. P gave a little shiver that coursed up her body as if she were trying to shake all such bleak thoughts away. It was almost as if she shedded her skin. Okay. Love you. Then Twilight, perhaps feeling he had been too abrupt with her, added, I can take you for a spell myself, Mrs. P. I'm bigger than you, and Soren, she won't add much weight. Oh, aren't you both dear, added Mrs. P said. I'm afraid I can't offer any such service, said Gilfy. I don't think I weigh more than Mrs. Plithifer, although I would welcome her charming conversation. Oh, how sweet. And I have heard that elf owls are wonderful conversationalists. Twilight blinked and muttered something about little owls and big words. But quite frankly, dear, serving snakes are not encouraged to engage in idle conversation with owls of our situation. Mrs. P, Soren said, stepping forward, please stop all that. All what, dear boy? All this stuff about serving and stations. We're all the same now. There are no stations, no nests, no hollows. We're all orphans. We've all seen horrible things. The world is different now, and part of that difference is that there is no difference between any of us. Oh no, dear boy, there shall always be servants. Don't say that. I come from a long tradition of service. It is nothing to be ashamed of. It is the most noble of calling. Soren realized it would be useless to argue with her, and so the little band of owls, with the blind snake, perched between Soren's shoulders, lifted into flight. The moon still rode high, although a halo of mist seemed to surround it. Oh, this is glorious, Soren. I am in the yonder. Who would have believed it? Oh my goodness, you are a magnificent flyer. Miss Clifford's small voice rang out in sheer ecstasy. Hang on, Miss P. I have to make a banking turn. Soren really didn't need to make such a turn, but he wanted to show Mrs. P how gently he could carve the night sky with his wing and angle himself. In a new direction, he soon made another one so that he could fall back in with the group. Mrs. P exclaimed again, "The yonder! Oh, yonder! I'm in the yonder!" Her joy whipped out through the night with a singing hiss, so that Soren made the stars shimmer even brighter. Twilight was right. There was nothing like desert flying. The night was not really black, but a deep dark blue. The sky, motionless, tingled with stars. Although the air was chilly, from time to time heat from the desert sands below rolled up in great waves into the night, turning rough air smooth. The three owls would soar for endless minutes on the soft desert drafts, angling their tail feathers and primaries, carving great arcs in the darkness of the blue, inscribing imaginary features with their wingtips. Or perhaps the starry pictures of the constellations. Twilight did know a lot. He told them the names of the constellations, the great Glocks, whose one wing pointed towards a star that never moved. There was another one called Little Raccoon. And then on summer nights, he said, the big raccoon rose in the sky and appeared to be dancing, so someone called it the dancing raccoon. Still another was called the great crow. It spread its wings in the early autumn skies, but on this night they flew under the bright and starry wings of the great Glocks. For this time, Soren realized his body had really changed. He was fully fledged owl. It was the utter quiet with which he flew that first made him aware of this change. The last of his plummels had finally sprouted. These soft, fine feathers lay over the surface of his flight feathers, silencing them as he flew. Although, I think we're getting near, Gilpy said. The three owls began a long glide downward. They were skimming above the sand just a bit higher than the prickly cactuses. Don't worry, Gilpy said. Their needles don't hurt. We're too light. Gilpy had landed, and so had Twilight. But just before landing, Soren heard something. A rapid beating sound. It was a heartbeat, and not that of a snake. In his gizzard, Soren knew it was that of a mouse. And his mouth began to water. Hang on, Mrs. P. Going in for a mouse. Oh, goody, she cried, and curled herself tighter into the deep ruff of his feathers between his shoulders. Soren quickly flapped his wings in a series of powerful upstrokes and gained some height. He cocked his head one way, then the other. The heartbeat seemed to pulse across his face. She knew where this creature was, and without even thinking, he began a rapid downward spiral. Within a second, he had the mouse in his talons and had sunk his beak in, just as he had seen his father do when he killed a mouse at the base of their fir tree. Good work! Twilight drifted down beside him. No one can beat you barn owls for picking up a mouse's heartbeat. This was the first compliment that Twilight had ever given him. Even for one brought up in the orphan school of tough learning. Not very gracious, Soren, Mrs. P hissed softly in his ear. Soren immediately regretted what he said. Manners, child. Sorry, Twilight, that wasn't very gracious of me. Thank you for the compliment. Gracious? A voice squeaked. You call that gracious? And I'll thank you to take your disgusting talons out of my home. Soren stepped back and pulled his talons, which were now clutching the mouse, from the sand, from a hole near the base of a cactus from which he had stepped back. A small face emerged. It was a face unlike Gilfy's, but much larger. Brownish feathers, big yellow eyes, with a swag of short white feathers above them. What in the name of Glocks? Soren began to whisper. This is wrong. All wrong, Twilight gasped. Spitito cuniculari, Gilfy whispered, then added, very rare. Oh, for Glock's sake and your big words, rasped Twilight. But at the same moment, there was a terrible shriek, and the owl-like thing that had emerged from the hole shrunk back. They then had a soft exhalation of air. Twilight stepped up to the hole and peered down. Twilight stepped up to the hole and peered down. I think it's fainted. What is it? Soren asked, completely forgetting the succulent mouse he still clasped in his talons. It's a burrowing owl, Gilfy said. They're very rare, but I remember my parents talking about it. They nest in the old burrows of ground animals. Oh, Glocks, both Twilight and Soren said at once, and made gagging noises. They don't, Twilight said, his voice drenched in disbelief. Well, learn something new every day, even me. Well, more like every other day. Met an owl who won't eat snakes. Oh, pardon me, Miss Flipper. No need to apologize, she said quickly. Soren's family was exceptional in that way. Such elegance they had. Anyhow, as I was saying, Twilight continued, then another who lives in holes, not trees. What's the world coming to? I don't think not eating snakes and living in holes of ground animals are quite the same thing. Besides, you said you lived with foxes. Above foxes, not in their den. Lived in an old cactus hollow. Their den was beneath it. A rustling noise came from the hole. The three owls stepped a bit closer, and a beak poked out. Is he still there? Who? Asked Gilfy. We're all still here. The one with the white face. The ghost owl. Twilight and Gilfy spun their heads toward Soren. Me? That was when Soren realized that he had only fledged the rest of his flight feathers, but his face feathers as well. Like all barn owls, his face had turned pure white, and he was rimmed with 10 feathers. His belly and underneath the parts of his wings were the same pure white, while the top of his wings, his back, and his head were a mixture of tans and browns, delicately speckled with darker feathers. And unlike almost any other owls, his owls had not turned yellow, but were deepest black, which made his face seem even whiter. I'm not a ghost, Soren spoke. I'm a barn owl. We all have white faces. Soren felt a strange mixture of pride and terrible sadness. He wished his parents could see him now. He must look a lot like his father. And Eglantine? What would she look like? If she resembled her mother, her face would be white, but with more distinct and darker a rim, particularly on the lower part. She might have a few more speckles, and they would be darker. She would almost be ready to fly. Are you sure? The owl was creeping a bit further out of the hole. Am I sure of what? Are you sure you're not a ghost? Why would I want to pretend to be a ghost? Are you sure you live in that hole? Well, of course I do. We've always lived in holes. My parents, my grandparents, my great-grandparents, my great-great-grandparents. And what's with the snake on your head? And all this talk about not eating snakes. This is Miss Plithifer. She has been with my family a very long time. And we don't eat snake. We not only find it unappetizing, but we find it wrong. And my friends here have agreed not to touch snake. I want to make that perfectly clear, or you'll be a ghost before you know it. Perfectly clear, said the burrowing owl, answered in a quavering voice, and dipped his head towards Miss Clifton. Pleased to eat you. Meet you. Soren gave a long, rasping sound. I'm sure it was just a slip of the tongue, Soren, Mrs. P said diplomatically. So what happened to your parents? Twilight asked. The burrowing owl hesitated, then sighed. I don't like to speak about it. Were you snatched? Again, there was a long silence, and then finally the story spilled out in jagged chunks between gasps and sobs. Soren listened, and at one point he heard Twilight mutter, This is one hysterical owl. Gylfie told him to shut up. The burrowing owl was named Digger, and he had not been snatched, but his two brothers had been. From the description of the owls who had did the snatching, it was Jat and Jut. The most horrific part of the story, however, was the fight that Jat and Jut had over the youngest, Digger's brother Flick. He was plump, a chubby little fellow, and they ate him. Digger crumpled into the sand in a swoon. Come on now, Twilight said briskly and nudged the poor owl. You can't keep passing out. Buck up. Gylfie and Soren looked at each other in disbelief. Soren thought if he heard Twilight say, buck up one more time, he might just attack. But it was Gylfie who bristled up and suddenly seemed twice her normal size. His brother's been eaten by another owl, and you say, buck up? Twilight, for Glock's sake, show some sensitivity. Sensitivity gets you nowhere in the desert. If he keeps passing out like this, why, if the moon was full, he'd get moon blinked in no time. A shudder passed through Gylfie and Soren as the mere mention of those words. Digger began to stir. He dragged himself to his feet. How did you get away? Soren asked. I ran. Ran? Soren and Twilight both spake at once. This indeed was a very strange owl. Well, I hadn't learned how to fly yet, but we burrowing owls, oh, we're good at running. Soren looked at Digger's legs. Unlike most owls, Digger's legs barely had any feathers and were exceedingly long. I ran as far and as fast as I could, you see. Our parents were out hunting when all this happened, and these two owls were in such a tussle over Flick. Cunny, the next older brother, had already been snatched, and this other owl had flown off with him. Although he kept yelling back to the other two not to eat Flick, his voice was odd, softer than the other two owls. It was a kind of a ting-ting sound. Never heard anything like it. Grimble, Soren and Gilfie said at once. So what happened? Twilight asked. Did your parents come back to find you? Well, the problem is that I'm lost. I ran further and faster than I ever thought that I could, and I've been trying to find my way back ever since. Once I came to a burrow that looked just like the one that I had lived in with my parents, but there was no sign of them. So it must have been the wrong burrow. Digger said this in a quavering voice and then added, mustn't it? Soren, Gilfie, and Twilight remained silent. I mean, Digger continued, they would never just leave. They would think something had happened and they would go out and search for us. One of them would search and the other would stay behind. You know, in case we returned, or his voice died away and was swallowed in a cool breeze of desert night. Deep in his gizzard, Soren felt the burrowing owl's anguish. Digger, they might have came back and seen the blood and the feathers of your brother on the ground. They might have thought that you had all been murdered. They didn't leave you, Digger. They probably thought you were all dead. Oh, Digger said quietly, how awful. My parents think that I'm dead. We are all dead. How terrible. I must find them. I must show them that I am alive. I am their son. Why, I can't even fly now. But instead of flying, he began to stride off with great purpose into the desert. Well, why aren't you flying? Digger spun his head around. Oh, there's a burrow right over here. I just want to take a look. Oh, great Glock, sighed Gilfie. He's going to walk all the way across the desert, poking into every burrow. 2 more chapters. Quick drink. Alright. Chapter 26. Desert Battle. They flew for another night, skirting the edges of the desert Kunir. Nowhere had they found any signs of Gilfie's family, not even at the old cactus where they had all lived together before the snatching. As they flew, Soren began to think deeply about St. Agnes and the absolute evilness of the owls there. The evil seemed to have touched almost every kingdom. Egg snatching in Ambala, chick snatching in Tyto, now the worst horror of all, cannibalism in Kunir. Hortense had told them that a few of the owls in Ambala had somehow figured out how the source of the evil of St. Agnes, but his own parents had thought It was something random, perhaps a small gang of renegade owls. Nothing as large and as powerful as St. Agnes. They never could have imagined such a place, and Soren felt in his that few owls in any of the kingdoms could have either. Was it possible that Soren, Gylfi, and Twilight were the only ones who were aware of the scope and power of St. Agnes? Were they the only ones who had all the pieces to this horrible puzzle of violence and destruction that was touching every single owl kingdom? If this was true, they must stick together. There was strength in numbers, even if the number was only 3. They were the 3 who knew the terrible truth of St. Agnes. This knowledge alone could help them save other owls. Soren remembered when he was still a prisoner of St. Agnes, and first realized that it was not simply enough to escape. How awful it had been to imagine his beloved sister, Eglantine, a victim of the brutality of St. Agnes. He remembered thinking that there was a world of Eglantines out there. So now they had escaped. And now he knew for certain that their task was greater than he and Gylfi and Twilight had ever imagined. Soren knew he must think carefully about how he could explain this to Twilight and Gylfi. Every now and then, the 3 owls would look down and spot Digger trudging through the desert. Occasionally, Digger would lift into flight, but always skimmed low, combing the desert for any burrow that might shelter his parents. Mostly, however, he would run, his long, nearly featherless legs striking out across the sand. His short, stubby tail lifted to catch wind from behind that. It would give him a boost. Or if there was a headwind, as now, he would lean into it, tucking his wings close to his body, and ran ahead. That fool owl has the strongest legs I've ever seen, Twilight muttered as the first slice of the moon rose in the sky. Strongest legs and the stubbornest head. But deep within Soren there was a flicker of bright admiration for this odd owl. Once had to marvel at Digger's determination. Just as Soren was pondering this, he heard something. He cocked his head one way and then the other. As in all barn owls, Soren's ear openings on either side of his face were not evenly placed. The left one being higher than the right, his uneven set of ears occasionally helped him to capture sounds better. And now, he instinctively worked certain muscles in his facial disc to expand its surface and help guide the sounds to his ear. The noise was coming from the windward side, his right ear, because it was the ear that was picking up before, his left ear. Now the sound was arriving almost the same time in both ears, perhaps in 1/1,000,000th of a second. Triangulating, are you? Twilight asked. What? Soren said. Fancy word for what you barn owls do best. Figure out exactly where a sound is coming from. Something tasty down there? I could use a bite. Well, there's something below, but it's not on the ground. It's off to windward. You can line it up with that bright star on my wingtip. And then suddenly Soren and Gylfi saw them. Great Glocks. It's Jat and Jut. Look, said Gylfi. They're closing in on Digger. I hope there's a burrow nearby. 47-2 is with them. Look at that stupid owl. It's huge now. It's a screech owl, whispered Twilight. It certainly was. And 47-2 now resembled that other terrible screech owl, Sporn. They must have let her flight feathers grow and taught her to fly. Sheer off to downwind, Twilight ordered. We don't want them to hear us. Right, but hush. I'm picking up something. Let me listen. The words that Soren picked up from the three owls that flew below were chilling, even though the conversation broke up on the rising wind currents. 47-2. Once you taste a burrowing owl, well, nothing like it. Run fast. No burrows here. No place. No hide. We've got to do something, Soren said. It's 3 of them against 2.5 of us. Twilight sighed as he turned his head towards Gilfy. I can be a diversion, said Gilfy quickly. And given the other 2 owls no time to reply, she plunged into a quick downward spiral. What is she doing? Gilfy was already on the ground and was doing the best imitation imaginable of a burrowing owl, kicking out her feet as she tried to run across the desert. Look, it's working, cried Twilight, and sure enough, 47-2 was turning towards Gilfy. Charge! Roared Twilight. Hang on, Miss Pig. Jat and Jut were just lighting down on the sand when Twilight and Soren struck. Soren, his feet forward, spread his talons and thrust his legs straight out. He shut his eyes, but he felt his talons sink into the feathers between Jat's ear tufts. And then one talon hit something not like feathers at all. It was flesh, and then bone. A terrible cry ripped through the night, but now Soren was trembling in the sand. There was a whirlwind of feathers and dust. Something slithered nearby. He hoped it was Mrs. P finding herself a safe hole. There was a deep hoot that reverberated across the vastness of the desert. It was Twilight beginning his battle cry. Jat and Jut, however, had their own fierce thrum that seemed to shake Soren to his gizzard. Twilight was hooting as only Twilight could. You ugly rat-faced birds. You call yourself a bird. You call yourself an owl. You ain't no decent kind of fowl. They call you Jat. They call you Jut. I'm gonna toss you in a rut. Then I'm gonna punch you in the gut. Then you're gonna wind up on your butt. Think you've all gizzard. I've seen better lizards. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're going down. Won't ask for more. 5, 6, 7, 8. You ain't better than fish bait. 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm gonna send you straight to hell. The air was laced with Twilight's taunts. From the corner of his eye, Soren saw Jut trying to jab at Twilight. But Twilight was as fast and as smart with his smart-talking beak. He dodged. He feinted with his jabs, seemingly to aim for one place and then stabbing at another, all the while yammering away in his hooting sing-song taunts, first at Jat, then Jut. He would lure them in close for a strike and then strike back faster. His talons became a blur. Soren never seen anything as fast and as light and as immense as the immense great gray owl. Soren tried to keep his focus on closing in on 47-2 before, indeed, she caught up with Gilfy. Suddenly, however, Soren felt something strike him from behind. He flipped in the air and came back down on his back. Jack, much bigger, loomed like a monster owl above him. One ear tuft had been torn off completely. The owl was in mad frenzy. "I will kill you. I will rip your eyes out." Just as the sharp beak began to come toward him, Soren felt the air stir and a shadow slide across them. Then miraculously, a huge weight that pinned him down lifted. Still lying on his back, he blinked in utter amazement when he saw the owl rise above him, not in free flight, but in the talons of the most immense bird he had ever seen. Its white head glistened in the light, cast from the crescent moon that was now directly overhead. On the ground to the left, another bird, also with a white head, stalked about the lifeless forms of Jut and 47-2. Then Gylfie and Digger walked up. "I've never seen anything like it," Digger said. "Who are they? Who are these white-headed birds?" "These are bald eagles," Twilight spoke with great reverence. "Hortense's eagles," Soren and Gylfie both said at once. "Hortense?" said Miss Pluffer, as she crawled out of her hole. "Who's Hortense?" Give me another drink, and I will start the very last chapter. Well, I hope you are still having a very great time with the book. Jess, you as well. Chapter 27. Hortense's Eagles. "My name is Streak," said the smaller eagle, "and this is my mate, Zan. She is mute and cannot speak." Zan nodded to the four owls and dipped her beak almost to the desert floor. "Her tongue was torn out by the evil ones." "The evil ones," Soren said, "Jack and Jut, and Sporn, and Skinch, and the wicked creatures of St. Agnes. I dare not call them birds." "Was Zan the one who tried to rescue Hortense's egg?" Zan bobbed her head excitedly. "Yes, indeed. She did rescue it, but it was on that mission that she lost her tongue." Soren turned to Zan. "We saw you that terrible day. We saw what happened. You are both so brave to have helped Hortense." "Hortense was the brave one. There was never an owl quite like Hortense. Do you know that in Ambala, nearly every other newly hatched owl chick is being named Hortense, even if it's male?" "Oh my goodness. And she hated the name so much. At least that's what she told us." "Well, a hero is known by one name now in the kingdom of Ambala, and that name is Hortense." "What are you doing here in Kunir?" Twilight asked. "We fly patrol over Kunir," Streak said, nodding to Digger. "We have a great liking for these desert creatures. While we were out hunting once, one of our little ones tried to fly before she was really ready. You know, young ones. It's the one thing we always tell them not to do. Don't try to fly too soon. Never leave the nest when Dad and Mom are away. And bless my beak, don't a few always go and try it?" She got a fair piece, but didn't know how to land and broke a small wing bone. One of these strange little owls, the little ones that burrow in the sand, found our little Fiona and tucked her into their hole, fed her, coddled her, took the best care of her until her bone mended and she could fly. They found out where she came from and brought her back to us. Zen and I have always believed that there is more goodness than evil in the world. But you still got to work at it. So that's what Zen and I do. Now that all the little ones are gone, we work at it. Doing good, that is. Soren, Gilpy, Digger, and Twilight looked at the two large birds in wonder. I don't know how to thank you, Digger said. Zen made a few nodding movements with her head that Streak observed carefully. My dear mate says, you see, I can understand her, even though she does not speak. Zen says that you must quit that foolish walking about in the desert all day and night. It's too dangerous. What are you looking for so hard? My family, Digger said. And then he told Streak and Zen the story of what Jat and Jut had done to his brother, Flick, and how he had run off and was now lost. Streak and Zen exchanged a long look. In that instant, Digger sensed the two eagles knew his parents' fate. Zen stepped up to Digger and began preening his feathers. With her beak in a soothing gesture, Streak took a deep breath. Well, my son, I am afraid that we know what happened to your parents. You see, the feathers of the little brother you described were still there in the burrow. We saw your mom and dad weeping mightily, so we asked what happened. They told us that this had been their son Flick, and they didn't know where in the world their two young ones might be. Zan thought that this surely was the worst thing she'd ever heard, and though she can't speak nary a sliver of a sound, she came back each day to preen your mother, to simply say in her own way, I've been a mother too, and though I may not have lost a young one in this way, I feel how terrible it must be. Then one day, we got there a mite too late. The same two owls that nearly killed you just now came back for another run at the burrows. And this time they came with reinforcements. There must have been 50 of them, and they were wearing the most ferocious battle claws we'd ever seen. Well, we can take them on if they're only 2 or 3 in a war party, even with the claws, but 50? That's no match. Digger began to stutter. Did they eat them? No, they just killed them. Said they were too tough and gristly. There was a long silence now. No one knew what to say. Finally, Gilpy turned to Digger and spoke. Come with us, Digger. But where is it you're going? We're going to the great Gahul tree. What? I've heard of that place, but isn't it just a story? A legend? To some it might be, Twilight said and blinked at the eagle. But not to owls, thought Soren. To owls, he thought, it is a real place. The twinkling moon had begun to slide down the bowl of the night. It hung like the curse of Talon, low in the desert, spilling a river of silver across the land that seemed to flow directly into the 4 owls, lapping at the edges of their own talons. This light, flooding low and cool, seemed so different from the moon's scalding and blinkings. It was a light that seemed to clear the mind and make bold the spirit. And something strange began to happen. Soren, with Miss P on his shoulder, and Twilight and Gilfy stepped close to one another until their feathers were touching. Even Digger tucked in. On the other side of Twilight, where a short time before Soren had wondered how he would explain his thoughts to the other owls, now he knew that no explanation was needed, that they had within the silvers of time and the silver of the moonlight become a band. They were 4 owls who had lost their parents, but the time had come for them to become something else. They were not simply orphans. Together they were much more. Hadn't the great Gahul tree of the Gahulian legends been the source of their greatest inspiration? When they had been at St. Agnes, hadn't the tales of yore and the nobility of knights of the great Gahul tree saved them from moon scaldings? Could the legend become real? Could they, in fact, become part of the legend? Soren's dream of Grimble was the worst sleeping dream he had ever had. But there was another dream, a walking dream, that haunted the borders of Soren's mind and made his gizzard quiver. It was a dream that filled him with despair. In it, Soren was flying and spotted his parents perched in a tree. They had found a new hollow. There was a brand new nest lined with the fluffiness of down. In the nest there was new little owlets. Soren alighted on a limb. "Mom, Dad, it's me, Soren." His parents blinked, not in amazement, but in true disbelief. "You're not our son." "Oh no," said his mom. "Our son wouldn't look like you, even grown up and fully fledged." "No," said his dad, and both owls turned and ducked into the hollow. This, Soren realized, is the deepest part of his gizzard, was why they had to go to the great Gahul tree. For when the world one knew began to crumble away bit by bit, when not only our memories, but the memories that others might have of you grew dim with time and distance, when indeed you become to fade into nothingness in the middle of the owls that you loved best, well, perhaps that was when legends could become real. But at the heart of this nightmare was another, deeper truth. Soren had become something else. He turned slowly to look at the other 3 owls in the cool moonlight. Their eyes burned with a new intelligence, a new understanding. Yes, thought Soren, and so had Gilfy and Twilight and Digger become something else. No words were spoken, no words were needed, but a silent oath was sworn in that desert river of moonlight, and the 4 owls nodded, and in that instant they knew they were a band forevermore, bound by a loyalty stronger than blood. It was a band that must go to Hulamir, and must find its great tree that loomed now as a heart of wisdom and nobility in a world that was becoming insane and ignoble. They must warn of the evil that threatened. They must become part of this ancient kingdom of knights on silent wings who rose in the blackness to perform deeds of greatness. And indeed, Soren knew still another truth. Legends were not only for the desperate. Legends are for the brave. Let's go, said Soren. Tugahul, cried Twilight. Tugahul, echoed the others. All for owls and owls for all. And in the still deepest parts of the night, 4 owls lifted into flight, their shadows printed on the hard desert sand below. And by the last spray of the moon's light, a great gray flew in the lead. To windward, a handsome barn owl. Downward flew a miniature elf owl. An extremely quiet flight for such a talkative owl with no fringe on her feathers. Flying in the tail position, grappling with his talons across the windy wind wake of twilight, flew Digger. All flew towards the river Hul, which would empty into a great sea of Hulamir, and that island where the great tree of Gahul grew, and where once upon very long time ago, in the time of Glox, there was an order of nightly owls who would rise each night into the blackness and perform noble deeds. And Soren knew in his heart that now was the time for the legend to be true. Book 1. Owl still sending tappy taps. That's the end of book 1, Owl. I tell you what I'll do. I'll finish the series and the books that I have, and when I'm done, I will send them to you. I said if you happen to go and buy them, I'll put them in a box and send them to you. Only thing I ask, don't crease the pages. The second one, I will actually kind of give you a little teaser on that one. The second one is called The Journey. It is literally about the journey from the deserts of Kunir to the Hulian River. This book, I'm glad you have bookmarks, I really do. But this book, I plan on doing the thing that I had planned on doing for the first book. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to actually go to the, oh, well, it doesn't have one. Okay. It literally does not have one at all. But in this book, Owl, I'm going to try not to give away too much with it. Soren and Eglantine are reunited. That's all I'm going to say. He does reunite with his little sister in this book. But that's all I'm going to say. Because if I were to have told you that Grimble dies in the first book, you would have probably been very mad at me. Because Hortense and Grimble both dying in the first book, oh my God. Don't get me wrong. I don't really cry much over deaths and stuff, but the way that Catherine Lasky, the way she explains everything in great detail. I love that writer. I truly do. It's a great series of books. I absolutely love it. It really is. Um, Owl, would you like to jump in VC for some wizard time? Because I do believe Bree is asleep. And I don't want to try to actually wake her up. But I do believe she is asleep. She's still in here. She's just not tapping or talking. But would you like to jump in VC for some wizard time? We'll go to Lost Souls wizard time. It's okay. I have to go to the bathroom and pee first. Wizard time VC and Lost Souls. Not Brat VC. Y'all ain't bratting out. There's no reason to be there. Oh God, now you are gonna fucking brat out. But I love y'all. That's okay, Al. I love y'all. I love you all. Bree, I know you're still in here, and I know you're asleep. I love you. Get you some sleep. I will see you two in just a moment. Good night, good morning, good afternoon, and again, good night. Batty Leo, you fell asleep. It is okay. It's okay. I'm not even mad about it. I'm truly not. That's literally why Owl, Jess, and Bree stays in here for the bedtime stories. Is to fall asleep. It is absolutely fine that you fell asleep. I'm not mad. I will give you a follow though. Yours is a private account. Okay. Well, I requested the follow, but I am going to go ahead and hop off live. You have a great night. I will see everyone tomorrow. I appreciate it, Batty. Y'all have a good night.